Welcome to the biggest and most exciting part of the course. So this is where we're going to take all the HTML, CSS, and design skills that you have been learning and finally apply them to designing and building a huge real-world project. So in this section, you will learn both the theory and the practice of building a real-world website, along with a ton of new CSS techniques and best practices to expand your CSS toolkit even further. And all this will definitely bring you to an intermediate level CSS developer. So this will be a ton of fun, and so I can't wait to finally start working on this project with you. So this section is all about building a real-world project. Now, designing and building a website is not simply writing some code. It's a lot more than that. So it's actually a whole development process that requires a lot of careful thinking and planning, and all that before you even write a single line of code. And so before we start building our project, let's actually learn the 7 steps that are part of the development process, so that you know exactly how to proceed once you want to start building your own websites. So, as an overview, here we have the 7 steps that are part of the development process that is behind building any website. So first, we need to define and to plan the project. Then we start thinking about the layout of the page and create some initial sketches. And only then, after these 3 phases, we can finally start designing and building the website. Then, once that is done, we need to, of course, test and optimize that page before we can actually launch it. But even then, we are not done, because any website that is live on the web needs to be maintained and updated. Okay? And so now let's take a look at these 7 steps here one by one, starting with defining the project. And in this step, the first thing that we do is something very simple, which is to simply define who the website is actually for. So for example, is it for yourself, or is it for a client of your freelancing business, or maybe even the agency that you work in? So this sounds trivial, but it's still important to do this. Then after, you define what the website is actually for. So basically, you need to decide what's the main goal or the main purpose of the site. Is it to provide information, or to sell some product, or is it simply to entertain the user? And by the way, these 3 purposes that I just mentioned, so providing information, selling something, or entertaining, are the 3 most common goals of websites. Now, based on what we learned in the lecture on user experience, defining what the website is for is basically the same thing as defining business and user goals, right? So in other words, this is basically what this step here is all about. It's about defining your business goals and user goals for this particular project. And of course, you don't need to overcomplicate things here. So this can be something very simple and very quick. So let's take as an example a company that produces premium dog food. So when this company sets out to create a new website, their business goal will probably be to sell that premium dog food, right? Now, on the other hand, when the user visits this website, their goal will probably be to find high quality dog food and also find it for a good price. So you see, this is just something very simple, but it's still important to have this defined. Finally, what you also need to do during this step is to define a target audience for your project. And here, try to be really specific if you can, and if it makes sense for your particular project. And many times, actually, this comes from your client, and so then you don't need to worry about this. But usually, when the client is smaller, they don't have this well defined, and in this case, you should totally do this part. And again, this can actually be quite simple. So taking again the example of the dog food company, here we could say that the target audience is women, which are 20 to 40 years old, live in Europe, earn a good salary of 2,000 euros a month, and they have a passion for dogs. So as you can see, here we have a really specific target audience, which of course you will not always be able to do, but if you can, then it is always very good to have a precise idea of who exactly you're building the website for. And actually, this is basically the whole point of this first step here, because you will want to design your project with all the goals and the target audience in mind. So, of course, the reason for that is that the better you know who you build the website for and what you want to achieve with it, the more success your project will have in the end. And so this step will really be the foundation on which you will build the project later on. So do not just start building a website without this step, all right? Now, you could go really deep in this step alone here. So stuff like competition research and user personas and all stuff like that. But then we're going really deep into marketing territory, and that is, of course, outside the scope of this course. And so let's now move to the second step, which is planning the project. And this planning should, of course, be based on the business goals, user goals, and the target audience that you defined in the previous step. Now, planning the project means to finally start thinking about our website. And so that starts with actually planning and gathering the content of the website. So things like the website copy, which is basically the text, images, videos, and all other type of content. Now, usually this content should be provided by the client, but of course you can also help them to build, so to produce and to find this content for them. So when it's a big company, then many times they do this part for you. But in my experience in smaller companies, so if you have like a smaller client, then they usually don't have this content yet. And so maybe in that case, you'll have to write it yourself or even hire some other copywriter. Just don't do this for free for your client. So you should always charge a little bit extra in this case. Of course, if it's only about finding images, that is okay, because that is very easy and fast, but writing content is something entirely different. All right? Then, if you have a bigger website, then it is also time to plan the sitemap. So basically planning what pages the site needs and how they relate to one another based on all the content that you now have. Now, also based on the content, here you can also start planning the sections that each of the page should have in order to convey the message to the user as good as possible. And notice how I emphasized the content here a couple of times. And the reason for that is that it is the content who should guide the project and the design of the website in the end. So again, always have the content actually guide the project and the design, and do not do the opposite. So don't come up with a pretty design and a pretty website and then in the end fill it with the content. That is definitely the wrong way to go. Now finally, based on everything you already know about the company and the project and all of your content, it is now time to also define the website personality that you will want to implement in your design. And of course, this is all based on the website personality framework that we learned about earlier. So by the time you need to make this decision, you can of course go back to our web design section and then remember how you can actually make that decision. Okay, and with that, we wrap up the planning phase and can move on to the sketching phase, where we will start thinking about the components and maybe some layout patterns that we're going to need in order to convey the message of our content. And here again, keep in mind that it's the content who should guide the design and not the other way around. Now, once you have an idea about what components and what layouts you might want to use, it's time to create some sketches with pen and paper, or maybe even with some design software like Figma. And these sketches at this point should be very, very simple. So very low fidelity without any details. So you don't even have to write text or anything like that. Just like draw some boxes for the images and for the text content, just to quickly get your ideas out of your head. Because this is very, very important for your creative process. And don't worry if this sounds confusing, because I will actually show you my process in the next lecture. But anyway, this process of sketching your initial component and layout ideas is really, really important. And just two more things that you need to understand about this. And first is that this is really an iterative process. So you don't have to set anything in stone yet at this point. Just keep experimenting with different ideas for different components and layouts until you arrive at a first good solution. But then when you implement this in code, you can of course change everything up again. So that's no problem, because again, this is just to get your ideas out of your head quick. Also, you of course don't need to spend a lot of time in order to sketch everything, so your entire design at this point. And of course, also don't make it perfect, as I said previously. So maybe in some situations, you just need to sketch like half of your design, and then you're already ready to jump into HTML and CSS. So overall, this process of sketching is not rigid at all. It is quite dynamic. So you can jump between your sketches and your code, and you can try a lot of different ideas and experiment around until you arrive at what you like the most. What matters most is that you don't just start designing in code without having a general or a rough idea of what you actually want to build. All right? And speaking of building, the next step is to finally actually design and build your website. So here you finally take your plan and your content and the sketches that you did before in steps 1 to 3 and use them to design and build the project with HTML and CSS. And usually what I like to do, as I mentioned way back, is using a process called designing in the browser. So basically having just the rough sketches that I explained before and then do the actual design in code. And this designing includes, of course, to now choose and apply the actual visual styles for your design. So remember, from step 3, you already have the layout and the components. And so, again, now it's time to actually implement them and to design the actual visual styles that you were going for. And of course, these visual styles need to be based on the website personality that you selected and the design guidelines that I also showed you in that section. And of course, as the third ingredient of building a good design is that you need to get a lot of inspiration before you actually style and design your page. So that's basically just what we learned in the web design section and also in the last section, right? Now, one thing that is quite common is that your client will already have some kind of branding in place. And that's especially true if you're working for a little bit bigger of a company. And so in that case, you should of course use that client's branding whenever possible. So usually for things like colors, typography, and icons, so that your web design of course matches their client's branding. So this is very, very important. And of course, it makes your life as a designer a little bit easier, because then some of these decisions have already been made. And so that is always good. And with this, I think we close up this step number 4, which of course is the biggest step of all and the most fun for sure. But again, you should not neglect the steps 1, 2, and 3, because otherwise step 4 will not be built on a solid foundation and you might not end up with the ideal solution. All right. But anyway, now let's move on to step number 5. So once you're done building your project, you need to test and you need to optimize it before you can actually launch it to the web and call it ready. And this includes a couple of steps, where the first one is to ensure that your website actually works well in all the major browsers. So in Google Chrome, in Firefox, Safari, and Microsoft Edge. But hopefully you will not have to test for the old Internet Explorer, because then most of the things that I'm showing you in this course will actually not work. So right now it is hopefully time for most of your clients to drop support for the old Internet Explorer. So if that's the case, then just ignore that, and then you can use everything that I'm showing you in this course. Next, in order to test the responsive design, we need to actually test the website on actual mobile devices and not just in our developer tools. We also need to optimize all images that we use in our website. And that means two things. First, we need to actually give them the right dimensions in pixels. And second, we need to compress them in order to not force our users to download huge images, because that is just a bad, very bad, actually, user experience. Also, we need to fix some simple accessibility problems. So things like issues with the color contrast that we actually already learned about, I think, in our design lecture. Another common thing that we usually do is to run a performance test in our Google Chrome developer tools, which is called Lighthouse. And I will show you how we do that by the end of this course, and also some of the other things that are here in this list. Finally, one important thing that you should do before launching any website is to think about search engine optimization. Now that, however, requires a whole course on itself, so that is completely outside the scope of this course here, and so we're not going to touch on that in our current project. All right, and once you have your project built and everything is nicely tested and optimized, and so in the end everything is perfect, it's finally time to share your masterpiece with the world. And so basically now it's time to launch the website to the internet. So in technical terms, what that means is to upload your website to a hosting platform. Now there are countless options here, but we will use my favorite hosting platform, which is called Netlify. And Netlify has a very nice free plan, as we will see, and so it's going to be a perfect choice here. However, uploading the website to a hosting platform is not the end of the story, because you actually also need to buy a great domain name for your project, because otherwise users will have no way of finding your website. And when it comes to actually choosing a great domain name for yourself, go with one that is memorable for your users and that is easy to write, and maybe even more importantly, one that of course represents the company or the brand that the website is for. All right, so after all this, and after finally launching our website to the web, we are finally done, right? Well, except for the fact that usually we also need to maintain and updating the website. So launching the website is many times not the end of the story, because as I said, we need to actually keep the website content updated over time. Now, if you're working with a client, this can be a great chance to have some recurring revenue. So by creating a monthly maintenance contract with your client, which is something that many web developers actually do. Now, one thing that I didn't mention yet, but which is pretty important, is that you should also install some kind of analytics software. And here, pretty much everyone uses Google Analytics, but there are also more privacy-focused solutions such as Fathom. And the reason why analytics is so important is that it gives you stats about your website users, which you can then use in the future to adapt your site structure and the content and really to do all other kinds of fine-tuning of your website. And so that will then help you make it really perfect and really make it better and better over time. And finally, one aspect of many websites that needs to be kept up to date is a blog. And a blog is a great way to keep users coming back to your website, and it is also very good for search engine optimization if you use it with the right content. So if there is a blog, then of course that needs to be updated regularly, because otherwise it doesn't make sense to have a blog in the first place. And so that is one more step, or one more part of this step number 7. And with this, we actually finally reached the end of the process that stands behind building any website. So as you see, there really is a lot of things that you need to think about, and really a lot of aspects that go into building a beautiful and useful website. And so that's why I think that this lecture here is going to be really, really useful in the future when you start to build and to design your own websites. So hopefully you liked this lecture. Now, in the next one, we will actually start implementing some of these things, because we will finally start working on our big course project. So I'm very excited to see you there very soon. It's now time to start planning our big course project based on the steps that we just learned about. And so let me start by introducing you to Omnifood. So Omnifood is a fictional startup that I invented just for this course. And what they do is to use AI to create and deliver custom healthy meal plans. But right now, before they can actually launch their product, they need a new, beautiful, modern, and clean website. So a website that will make them look like a professional and trustworthy company. And so that is where we come in, because we will do exactly that. So together, we will pretend that we were hired by Omnifood to design and build their marketing website using HTML and CSS. So this is going to be a real world project where we're going to use all the skills that we already learned and even a lot more. So this project will be like your very first job building websites. And this is really, really cool, I think. It will be so much fun to pretend that we're actually working for a real company, right? So I hope you're as excited as I am about this project. I think this is a really cool idea and challenge, and of course, learning opportunity as well. Now, Omnifood provides us with all the content for the website, of course. And so in order to prepare for our job now, let's take a quick look at that content. And as always, that content is in the starter files for this section. So let's come here again to our starter folder. And then here inside of this, it is this one. So Omnifood Desktop 7. And then here, all we have is this content. So again, what I will do is copy this folder here and paste it right here. So 07 Omnifood Desktop. Now in your case, it is probably enough to simply call this Omnifood, and then you will simply work in this folder until the very end of the course. Here in my case, I have divided it into multiple folders because we will have multiple sections in this project. But again, you should just do it like this. Then let's create a new window here, and then I'm going to open that folder right here. And so that will then be our project folder for this project. Okay, this is something new here in VS Code. So just click on yes there. And okay. So all we have here is this folder with the content. And then in there we have this image folder, which has all the images and even some more folders with images. And then even more importantly, we have this content.md. And MD stands for Markdown, which is a special text format that we use many times in development. So just quickly about that, basically in markup, having one hash like this is for the main heading, then 2 hashes is for the secondary heading, and so on and so forth. So here we have a third one. So this is a tertiary heading. So it's a little bit like H1, H2, all the way to H6 in HTML. But anyway, here we have some short description about Omnifood right here. Then we have some branding, so things like the headline and the brand color. So as you see, at least the design decision about the color has already been taken away from us, which is very nice. So this is helpful to already have the brand color. And then here they give us the actual content for the website. So we have some summary, and we have then here all this content that we will need. Okay. And so now I just want to ask you to please pause the video at this point and read all this content here, so that then when we start building the project, we are all on the same page. And actually the most important thing here is this one, so this description, because this one we will actually need for the rest of this lecture. Okay, so please pause the video here and read this description, and if you feel like it, it would be even better to read the entire content here. All right, so now based on this content and on the Omnifood description, let's actually start planning our project. So what we're going to do now is to take care of step 1 and step 2 of the 7 steps behind a great website that we learned in the previous lecture. So in other words, we're going to define and plan the project a little bit here now. And beginning with defining the project, remember that here we need to define who the website is for, what it is for, and also basically establish our target audience. So the first one is very easy. In this case, this project is for a client. So the Omnifood company in this case. Next, defining what the website is for is basically defining the user goal and the business goal. Remember? And for doing that, we can take another look at the content that Omnifood has provided us and that we just read previously. So based on this company description, we can kind of infer that the business goal is to sell a monthly food subscription, and that the goal of the users is to basically eat well effortlessly, but without spending a lot of time and money. Now, of course, you could have used a completely different wording here, but the intention is basically this. So the business wants to sell the food subscription, and the user wants to eat well and eat healthy, right? So that's basically what this website will be for, matching the business goal with the user goal. And so, of course, as we already learned, we need to keep this in mind as we design our page. And a huge factor in that is, of course, also the content, but that is already written, right? So that makes it easier. But if you have to write the content on your own, then this aspect is actually even more important. So writing the content exactly so that in the end we have the business goal meet the user goal. Now, finally, about the target audience, we are not going to be able to make it really specific like in that example that I showed you in the last video, but we can take some clues here. So the language in this description is kind of technical and geeky. So with things like AI algorithm and AI-centric approach, and also they themselves say that they are a technology company first. And so I think it's safe to say that this product is targeted mainly at people who are into technology. So a little bit into geeky stuff like this. Also, we can read from the description that this is kind of for busy people and also for people who are interested in their health, right? Now, since they will have to pay for a monthly subscription, which is probably not that cheap, they also will have to have a well-paying job. And so in the end, we end up with this target audience of busy people who like technology, are interested in a healthy diet, and have a well-paying job. And once again, this is even more important for when you actually write the content on your own, but still, it is good to know that the website will be built for people like this. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that there won't be any users who don't fit this description, but in general, it is people like this that we are going to build this website for. All right. So that is basically defining the project in broad terms. So let's go now to step number 2. So step number 2, remember, entails planning and gathering the website content. And this one has already been done. So that's very nice. Then the second one is to plan out the sitemap, which in this case is not necessary because we will simply build a one-page marketing website for Omnifood. So there's no sitemap here needed because we have just one page. And oftentimes a page like this with only basically one page is called a landing page. Next up, we need to think about the website personality. And here, once again, we can take some clues from the Omnifood description that we were provided. So here in the first paragraph, they immediately say that they are a technology company first, but that they also have a focus on well-being of their users, right? Now, in the previous step, we already defined also that we are looking kind of for a tech-centered target audience. And so therefore, it kind of makes sense, I think, that we will use the startup and upbeat personality. Now, because of that importance that is being placed on consumer well-being, we can also add some elements of the calm and peaceful personality. So that's a little bit where this personality usually focuses. And so I think it might be nice to add some design elements of that personality as well. But in general, I think we will mainly use the startup and upbeat personality because, well, this is in fact a startup, okay? And so now all we have to do is to plan the page sections. And so in order to do that, let's actually go back to our content because remember that we should always do this planning based on the content. So not do a pretty design without the content and then simply filling it up with content. But instead, we will have our content basically guide the design and the planning of the sections. Okay, so let's check out here the website content. And actually, this is already a little bit divided into sections. However, we can still do better. So this content that they provided us with is not yet finally divided into logical website sections. But anyway, here we have some summary and also up here this headline. And so these should probably go into some kind of header, right? So into a hero section, as we like to call it. Then we have here these features. We have how Omnifood works. Then we have some meals and this list. But let's actually go here to the very bottom where I will create a list of the sections. Just some separation there. And then here I'm using an H2 basically. So sections. So these dashes here are basically like bullet points. So let's use those. And remember, we are going to start with a hero section. So for now, let's simply basically gather all the sections that they have here, and then we will group them into more logical sections for our page. So here they want a section with logos of featured publications. So here they have some images about that. For example, here Forbes or TechCrunch. And remember that this is something that I talked about in the components lecture, right? But anyway, there's a lot of things here, but let's start at the top. So here we have the features, then how it works. Okay, so let's add that. Let's not use the word section here all the time. So features, how it works. Let's see what else they have. Then we have diets, basically, and sample meals. And they also say that they offer a free sample meal. So here they want a simple form for users to sign up. So we can say that this is kind of our call to action section, right? And again, this is something that I talked about at length already I think in the component section or in the layout section, or actually lectures. So you can just go back there for inspiration as always, and also to see what it's all about. So again, we have the diets, the sample meals, and this is our call to action then. So diets, meals, let's just call it meals actually, because I think they're just basically showing some data about 2 meals there, and then our call to action. Right. Yeah, so they have these 2 meals and the diets, the call to action. Then we have the pricing, photo gallery, and testimonials. Okay, so pricing, gallery, and testimonials. All right. And of course, you can do this planning in some other software or even with pen and paper, which is how I like to do it. But then you couldn't really see what I'm writing, right? Okay. Then here they have that featured publications section. So this one I like to call featured in, and then some contact information and additional links. And so this is usually the kind of information that goes into the website footer. So again, that's something that I showed you in one of these lectures that were about components and layouts. So featured in and then a footer. Okay. Featured in and a footer at the very top. Okay. Now, usually before the hero, we also want some navigation. Now, even though this page is only a single page website, so a landing page, remember, we still want some kind of navigation because it can be helpful to have some links at the top, which will lead the user to different sections of the page. And that is useful because each of these sections will kind of be a mini page. So back in the day, actually websites were made like that, where each page only had very little content, and then each of these here could actually be its own page. But now in modern design, and especially for landing pages, it's quite common to simply have a very long page where the user simply keeps scrolling. But again, a navigation can still be helpful there. Okay, so the call to action here, remember, is usually the last section before the footer. So let's move that down, again using Option and down. So we have the footer and the call to action. The featured in section, so that small part with the logos, is usually always right after the hero. Or sometimes these logos are even placed right into the hero section. But to make it simpler, we will simply put it right after the hero. And again, you can see some examples of that in the inspiration that I provided you in the layouts lecture. Okay, so that is in the previous section. Next up, here in these diets and meals, let's go up there again. So, yeah, right here. So this one here is only like a list of these different diets, and so I don't think that this deserves a section on its own. So instead, I would say that we can include this here into the section of the sample meals, because here we have just 2 meals. And so I can imagine that we could put these 2 meals side by side, and then on the side of that, so besides these 2, we could then simply display this list. So that to me looks quite logical. And so let's join these 2 together. So meals and list of diets. Okay. Now another pattern that you will see in modern landing pages is that the pricing is also quite low on the page. So many times it comes right before the call to action. So let's move that down there. All right. And so now slowly the order of the sections here is starting to make a little bit more sense. And also it starts to be more in line with what we see in modern landing pages. And teaching you that is actually yet another goal of this course. So this is really nice here. I think together thinking about the order of the sections here and how we can arrange our content in a logical and modern way. But anyway, here we have the testimonials section, right? And so again, there's not a lot of content here. So it's basically these 4 testimonials here with some photos. So, well, here we have a lot of these customer photos. And then for the gallery, we have these 12. So it's this one and then 11 others, and they're all square. So we will want some kind of gallery. And again, we actually got some inspiration on that in one of the previous sections. So actually, I think in the previous section in the lecture about components. Now, the goal of this photo gallery here will to show the user just how yummy the food looks. And so it will really try to make the user sign up for the subscription. And the same thing can be said about these testimonials. So these testimonials are all about social proof. And so they are to show the user that other users already bought the subscription and that it's worth it. And so again, this one here is a little bit about selling. And so I was thinking that we could put the testimonials and the gallery kind of side by side. So then we have on one side all of these nice testimonials that will really try to push the user over the edge of signing up. And then the gallery here can then really reinforce that and drive that point home. So let's put them side by side, because I think that can be quite powerful. So one section will be gallery plus, or actually testimonials plus gallery. Okay, and we're almost done here. There's just one more thing that I want to show you. So here in this how Omnifood works, we have these app images. So we have these 3 different app screens, so which look like this, which is from the application of Omnifood that they gave us. And so this will be very helpful to show us how Omnifood actually works. So that's exactly here, these 3 steps that we have here. And by reading through these 3 steps here, I think that this section actually gives a really good impression of what Omnifood is and how it works. So it can show the user not just how it works, but also really what Omnifood is all about. And so I think that this is actually a better way of opening the website than simply listing these features here, which is something that many websites do. But now more and more we see that this is no longer the case in many designs. So a couple of years ago, many landing pages would start like with these 4 columns and then have one feature block for each of these features. But that looks a little bit boring, and also it's easier to scan simply these 3 steps here than to read through all these features, right? And also if we take a look at the content here, then actually this doesn't really explain and it doesn't really describe what Omnifood is all about. And so I think that this is a little bit more secondary information, like never cook again. Okay, this is quite important. But then things like local and organic, and that they produce no waste, and that you can pause anytime. This is more, I think, secondary information. It's not that important to be like on the top of the page. And so I would open the page with this section here of how Omnifood works and then move that down. All right. But of course, that is only my own personal choice, and it would be totally fine to do it in any different way. So obviously, all this is a little bit based on my own personal bias and my personal tastes, but I still think that these are sensible choices. And so what I'm going to do here is to move the features actually below the pricing. So we then have kind of a section which can, well, we can even add the pricing with the features like together in one section. So we can have these 2 pricing tables, and then below that we can simply have these 4 features, which will then inform the user even better what they are signing up for, in case that they're interested at least. Okay, And so with this, we end up with this list of sections. Well, the navigation is not really a section, but it will be the first thing on the page together with the logo. So that is quite common. Then the hero section, then that small section just with the logos. Then that nice how it works section, which contains a lot of useful information about how Omnifood works and even what it's all about. Then we can already show the user some of the possible meals in case they sign up. And then from here on, we are trying to sell the product. So here we are really starting in the sell mode. So we start having some testimonials and gallery to really convince the user. Then we show them how much it costs and the features of the product. And finally, then here in the call to action, we want to sign them up. Okay, so I hope that reasoning made sense to you and will help you also maybe reason about the order of your own sections once you start building your own websites at some point. Nice. So with this in place, we can actually start sketching some of these sectors in the next lecture. So hopefully I'm going to see you there soon. Now, based on the page sections that we defined in the last lecture, so in step number 2, let's now very quickly think about some components that we might need in our page and some first layout ideas as well. And remember that this is an iterative process, so you will never arrive at a perfect solution immediately, but usually only after experimenting a little bit around. Also, we don't have to think about the entire page just yet. All right, and so that's what we will do here in this lecture as well. But anyway, here we have an outline of the sections that we arrived at in the last lecture. Remember that? And so now let's, for a few of them here, think about some of the components that we might need. And so the logo and navigation we will not worry about at this point, but let's think about the hero section. So I was thinking of using a hero like this. And so this is basically one of the examples that we got in the, I think in the layouts gallery lecture. So in the previous section. And so this is because we have a hero image that looks a little bit like this. So a hero image that we got from the Omnifood content and which would look nice here on the right side of the hero section. So just like here. Then also in the content, we have some headline and we have also a summary. And so basically we have our content follow a little bit the example that we have here. So remember the very important principle that I mentioned a couple of times already, which is that the design and the layout must follow the content and not the other way around. Okay? And so we have a hero image that we got from Omnifood, which looks a bit like this. And so we can then use this very common form of a hero section, right? Next, we're also going to have a featured in section, and that will simply look like this, probably without the text, which we do not have, but it's simply going to be some logos, one beside the other. Then, next up, we have the how it works section, and here I was thinking of using something like this, but we do actually have a lot more content than this, especially the text is a bit longer than this one here, and so we will probably put them one after the other. So using some kind of Z pattern, for example. But I will show you the layout that I ended up with in a minute as well. But first, let's go here through the components. So next up, we have the meals section. And if we take a look at the content, there we had 2 different meals and then also a list of diets. And so for each of these 2 meals, we're going to use a card that looks a little bit like this. So basically with an image on top and then with some data about the recipe or about the meal and using some icons there as well, just like in this component right here. Finally, let's also think about the testimonials and gallery section. And so here I had the idea of putting the testimonials on one side and the gallery on the other side. And so the testimonials might look something like this. So basically this 2x2 grid, because we do also have 4 testimonials. And then on the right side, we could use a gallery like this. So a very simple gallery, just 3x4 images. And that is because we also have exactly 12 images in that folder that we got from Omnifood. So I think this could be a nice section with these two components basically side by side. All right, and putting it all together, I arrived at a layout that might look something like this. So as I said before, I like to do these sketches always by hand. And so this is exactly the type of sketch that I always make before coding any new website. And as I said also before, it is not the entire page here, but maybe something like the first half. So it's just so we get a general feeling of the overall layouts and of some of the components that we want to use for the content. Also, I would usually create a couple of different sketches just to experiment around a little bit, like I said in the beginning of this lecture. But here, of course, in this course and in this lecture, I need to keep it short. And so I'm just showing you what I arrived at. And if you still had any doubt if I was something like an artist, then this sketch should be proof that I'm definitely not an artist, right? But of course, here the quality of the drawing does not matter at all. We just want to get our ideas out of our head. And so for that, a sketch like this is perfect. But anyway, of course, here this first section is the hero section. Then here is that featured in section with these 5 logos side by side. Then next, we have the how it works section. And as I mentioned previously, we do actually have a lot more text content in our content file than we have here in this example component. And so we will put these steps here basically one after another using this Z pattern. So can you recognize the Z pattern here? So that's something, again, that we studied before in the last section, I believe. But anyway, next up, as I said, we will then have these cards here for the 2 meals that will be in the meal section. And then, of course, we will have the testimonials here on the left side in the next section, and also the gallery on the right side. And I think that this will create a really, really nice layout for this section. Okay, and yeah, for now, that's actually it. So this is our initial plan, basically, of how we will create the layout of this page. And I will discuss each of the sections, of course, in a little bit more detail as we reach them, as we go through the project here. Okay, and once again, I really hope that it was helpful for you to kind of get a look at what my process is and how I do these sketches and really how I come up with layouts on my own. Because this is really all that matters for me in this project. So I don't just want you to learn how to build this specific project, of course. I want you to learn how to actually come up with your own layouts based on your own content in the future. And so that's why I'm putting so much emphasis here on this planning step. I think it is really crucial, and I believe that you will experiment the same once you really have to start building some layout on your own, which hopefully will be sooner than later. But anyway, let's now finally start writing our first line of code in the next lecture. All right, so now that steps 1, 2, and 3 are completed, it's time to finally start with step number 4, which is going to be the actual design and development phase. And so in this lecture, we are going to do some quick setup in order to be able to start working on the actual website very soon. So, back in VS Code, as always, we need to start by creating our files. So index.html, and for some reason it created it inside of the index folder, but we want it outside. Okay, so if we now close this, then the index.html is clearly outside. And then we also want style.css. And for some reason it keeps creating them inside, but we can easily fix that, right? Now here we will once again scaffold our HTML, but of course, if you want to practice a little bit more, you can also write it by hand, but I will just use exclamation mark and then enter like this. And then starting with the title here, Omnifood. For now, a little bit later, we might add something there, but for now, let's call it just Omnifood. And then I also want to connect the style.css file. So remember that is link. Then here we need to specify this rel property, set it to style sheet, and then the actual path. So that's the href. And actually, I want to put this style here in a separate CSS folder this time. So we're going to have multiple CSS files and multiple image files. And so I want to create a folder for each of them. Okay, so actually let's take everything out of the content folder and then delete it, because here we already have the image folder that we will want to be using. So let's take that out, and why not the content as well? And then this folder is empty, and so we no longer need that actually. All right, so we have our image folder as we always had, and then let's create a new folder here called CSS. And later we will then also have another folder for JavaScript, but that will be a lot later. Okay, but anyway, now here we need to specify the path to that file as always. And so that is at css-style.css. Right, give it a first save, and that then formats the HTML here as always. And then here, let's just add the h1 element. And here we can immediately grab the content from here. Why not? So the headline of Omnifood is this one. So let's actually use that right away. So, okay. And so for now, that's actually enough for the HTML. Let's just make sure that it works by going live right away. Now that opened it in a wrong browser for me, but I can also manually do it. So 127.0.0.1, and then it is port 5500, I think. And so here we go. So that is our HTML right there. And now let's go actually to our CSS. And here, as always, I'm going to start with the global reset. So selecting everything and then setting padding and margin to 0 in order to override the default styles of all browsers. And then also activating the border box setting in our box model. Okay. So that is our global reset as always. And just to see if the CSS is correctly connected, now all the paddings and margins should be gone here. And indeed, they are. And so now let's also start adding some simple styles to the body. And I will start by setting the font family simply to sans serif. That's because for now, I don't want to choose any specific typeface yet. I think it's best that we first build a little bit of the page at least, before we can figure out which typeface is the best fit for our design and for our website personality. Then here I also like to reset the line height on the entire page to 1 and set the font weight to 400. And finally, let's set a text color to 555. So this is a gray color that I like to use a lot. So basically one of those colors which have only 3 numbers. So like 333 or 555, which is, remember, the same as this, right? So I find these quite easy to work with. And so usually I reach for one of them as my base gray color. Okay, let's just check it out here. And indeed, our CSS is already working. And so this is basically our initial CSS setup here in the code. So as I said, that's the code. And now let's think a little bit about the design. So basically taking our very first design decisions here and setting up some small design systems as well. So here I will add a big comment block, and then in there I will basically write all the design settings that we want for our overall design here. And let's start with the typography. So typography system. Now here I want to use those font sizes that we have been using in the previous section as well. So let's actually open one of the files from that. So just to copy that. So it is on my desktop, then here in components. And then let's just get the very first one. And so here we have these two systems. So just copy them and paste them here. Spacing, that's for later. So this is for the font sizes in pixels. Okay, but then the spacing system comes a bit later. Because for typography, we can actually define some more, basically defaults here. So we can also specify default font weights and also default line heights. So not really defaults, but more of commonly used settings that we use. So I like to do this here, so specifying kind of a design system so that then whenever I need something, I just have to go here to the top of my CSS file and then reach it from there. And so that will help us a lot in maintaining a consistent design across the entire page. So for example, I can say that the default line height is 1, which is what we set here. And then as we keep growing the page, we will then keep adding more and more here. Okay. Let's remove that, just add a dash here, just to make it a bit more visible. And of course here too. Okay, so typography is our first design ingredient. Remember that? And so let's now go through all of them here. So the second one, remember, is colors. And we already have our primary color. So that's here in the content, right? Okay. And then remember, we also need to generate some tints and some shades, and we might also need some accent colors. So again, all of that can be found in the web design lecture on colors. So tints, which is basically darker versions, and shades, which are lighter versions, or maybe it's the other way around, I never know. Then we will also, at some point, define some accents and, of course, or grays. And the grays we already have, at least one of them. So this 555, but over time we will keep adding more of them. So let's just add some dash here again. Okay, and again, we will add these here over time. So I'm not yet going to generate all the possible tints that I might need and all the possible shades because, well, I might not need them then, and so I will simply generate them as we go. Okay, so just in order to save some time, and the same, of course, about the accents and the gray colors. The next design ingredient is images, but for that we cannot really set up any system. So there's no values to define for images. However, I can show you where I actually got all of these images here. So remember, there's all of these different images. So like these customers, these ones here in the gallery, and well, really a ton of images. And of course, I needed to get them from somewhere. And my main source that I already mentioned also before is Unsplash.com. And as always, the link is on my resources page. And so then it's, of course, very easy. all you have to do is, for example, to search for food, right? And then whatever you need, you can just click here on this download arrow, and this will then immediately download the image, and you can then use it for free without any restrictions wherever you want. So I think this one here is actually on the gallery or something, and you will see many of these images here actually on our web page. While restaurant does not really exist. But again, there is really a ton of high quality images that are really, really nice. So this one here, remember, was actually the background image for the header that we built in the last section. And it is also very important in this project because here we have this hero image that I created. So it's made out of these 3 images. And one of them is, again, this beautiful image here of this women eating some food. Okay, and so yeah, this is how I got these images. Then, as for the customers, there is a very nice page or website which is called UI Faces. So this one here, and here you can download all of these faces basically completely for free, and just as the images from Unsplash, you can just use them wherever you want and free of charge, of course. So that's where I got those, and I think that's it. These other ones, so these app screens here, I actually designed them completely on my own, basically based on the design of our site here. Next up, there would be icons, but again, there's not really anything to specify there. So let's go to the next one, which is shadows. So here we might at some point define some rules for shadows, or basically some standard that we want to repeat over and over again, because just with all the other design ingredients, it looks a lot better if we stay consistent throughout the design and don't use, for example, 2 very similar shadows, but which are not exactly the same. So for now, there's nothing here, but a bit later there might. Then the same for border radius, which is the next ingredient. So here we will also a little bit later specify something. And finally, or last design ingredient that matters here is white space. And so here we now have this spacing system. So that system that we are going to use. And well, I guess that's actually it. So that's the only thing we can specify here for white space. And so I think that's it for now. And again, we will keep filling this up as we go. Now here we can actually also say that the default that we already set before is 400. And then we will, again, keep adding more. All right, very nice. So with this, we have basically everything in place to finally start coding and start building this project. Now, just one more thing that we need to learn about before is a little bit about responsive design. That's because the responsive web design principles need to be applied from the very, very beginning of a project. And up until this point, we never cared about this, but now we are building a real world project. And so then, of course, we need to make it responsive from the very beginning, make it adapt to all screen sizes. And so therefore, let's now quickly learn the basics of responsive web design. Since we're building a real-world website, we need to think about responsive web design principles from the very beginning, even if we initially build and test for big screens. So these principles are really ingrained in the entire development process. And so therefore, before we actually start building the site, let's quickly learn what responsive design is all about. So responsive design, or responsive web design, as it's been more traditionally called, is essentially a technique that we can use to make a web page adjust its layout and its visual style to any possible screen size. And with screen size, we don't just mean the entire screen of the device that it's been used to consume the page, but it might also just be the window or the viewport size of the browser. So in practice, this means that responsive web design makes websites usable on all devices. So no matter if you're using desktop computers, tablets, or a mobile phone, a responsive website will be easily consumable on all of these devices. Now, it's important to understand that responsive web design is not a separate technology. So instead, it is really just a set of best practices and of techniques that we use in our regular CSS. Okay? And speaking of this set of best practices and techniques, let's now actually learn about them. So there are essentially 4 big ingredients to responsive designs. And those are fluid layouts, responsive units, flexible images, and media queries. Now there might be more, and they might be classified differently, but these are really the big and important ones that you need to know. And so let's start with fluid layouts, which basically allow the web page to adapt to the current viewport width. And this is a behavior that we have already seen in practice a couple of times, especially when we used Flexbox and CSS Grid, which are fluid by default. All right. And we can very easily create fluid layouts simply by using the percentage units for all elements that should adapt to the viewport. So using percentages instead of pixels for all the elements that are usually part of any layout. So things that should really adapt to the viewport should always use percentages and not pixels. Also, we should always use the max width property instead of simply width. And we will learn a little bit about how this one works in the next lecture. Next up, there are responsive units, which basically just means that we should use the rem unit instead of pixel for most of the length that are in our CSS. And using rems instead of pixels will make it really easy for us to basically scale the entire page up or down automatically. And if that sounds a little bit strange, I can show it to you in the next lecture as well. Now here, one helpful trick that I will also show you how to implement in the next lecture is to set one rem to 10 pixels, because that makes it very easy for us to then calculate these length. And again, more about that in the next video. The next ingredient are flexible and fluid images. And this is a separate and important ingredient because by default, images behave different than text content because they do not scale automatically as we change the viewport. Therefore, we need to fix that. So we need to ensure that they do also adapt nicely to whatever viewport the page is viewed at. And usually we simply make images flexible by defining their dimensions in percentages and not using pixels, and also sometimes by using the max width property instead of width. So this one sounds trivial and not important, but actually flexible images is yet another important ingredient of responsive web design. And now, finally, media queries is what brings all the other ingredients together and really brings responsive sites to life. So without media queries, responsive web design would not work at all. And that is because media queries allow us to change styles on certain viewport width, which we call breakpoints. So basically, media queries allow developers to create different versions of a website for different types of devices, because different types of devices have a different width. Now, just keep in mind that media queries alone are completely useless. We really need to start creating a fluid layout from the very beginning. And the same is true for responsive units and flexible images. And in fact, we usually write media queries only at the end of building a certain page or a certain component. And so that's why we will use fluid layouts and responsive units and flexible images in this section, but then media queries, we will only use them in the next section to really make this page responsive. All right. Now, just as a side note, of course, I'm not showing you all of this to scare you or to make you memorize all this information. So this slide is more like a reference for you in the future and also for us to guide us through this project. All right. Now, finally, we also need to talk about the two opposite strategies of building responsive sites with CSS. So the first one is the desktop-first approach, in which we optimize our interfaces for large screens. And so, therefore, we start writing CSS code for these large screens into our main CSS file. Then later, when we actually want to make the website responsive, we simply write media queries in order to shrink the design to fit to smaller screens. This is the more traditional way of doing things, and it's also the easier way to learn, in my opinion. And so, therefore, that's the reason why we will actually use the desktop-first approach in this project. Now, on the other hand, in mobile-first, we start writing CSS code for smaller screens in order to basically optimize our layout and our website for mobile small screens. Then, from there, we can move up to larger screens, of course, and again using media queries. So basically, it is the complete opposite of desktop first, right? Now, the idea that's behind this strategy of mobile first is that we, as the designer, really have to think about the mobile experience for our users. And basically, we can do that by reducing our website to the absolute essentials and stripping away everything that is not entirely necessary. And since we live in a mobile world now, this has actually become the more modern way of building websites these days. But again, doing desktop first works just as fine, I think, and it is also way easier for me to show you as a beginner how web development works. So basically how CSS and HTML works with really seeing the results in a large screen. Okay, and that's it. That's basically a short introduction into responsive web design. And so now in the next lecture, we will quickly learn about two of the ingredients a little bit better in CSS. So we're going to learn how the rem unit works and also the max width property. In order to be able to effectively implement the responsive web design ingredients that we learned about in the last lecture, we now need to quickly learn about how the rem unit and how the max width property work. And let's actually start with the max width property. So here in our HTML, let's quickly create a div element with the class of test. And then let's select that. And to start, I will simply define the width property as 1000 pixels. So just to see what happens. Also, we should give it some background color of red, let's say, and also to see it a bit better, a padding of 100 pixels. Okay, so that's 1000 pixel wide. But now watch what happens when I decrease the screen. So the element stays the same, which we can see by these vertical scroll bars that we have now. So we can now basically scroll vertically here because, of course, this element here still has 1000 pixels. And so therefore, the browser then needs to create additional space here, basically in the viewport. And so that's why we can scroll vertically like this. Okay. However, let's say that we don't want that to happen. And instead, the behavior that we want to see is that when there's no more additional space to fit these 1000 pixels here, then the element should simply have the width of the parent container. And so that's exactly what we can use the max width property for. So let's comment this one out. and now say max width. So again, I'm using 1000 pixels here, and never mind about using still pixels, even though I said we shouldn't use them for a fluid layout, because here we are simply working with this property and learning how it works. Okay, let's start again with the big viewport. So now everything looks the same. We can even inspect this here. And so we see that it is still 1000 pixels wide. But now watch what happens as we approach basically the end of the element. So now we don't see anything happen, but if we try to scroll vertically, you see that it doesn't work. And if we hover now, we see that the element only has 912 pixels. And if we go even more narrow, then it becomes even smaller. So here we see that now it is only 455. Well, that's actually not the actual width. So it is now 655 pixels, right? So basically that's the width of the parent container, which in this case is simply the body. So the body has the same width now as this element. All right. And so this basically immediately makes this element here, this test element, flexible, because now it very simply adapts to the viewport width, right? Now, you might have thought that maybe we could have used percentages for this as well, but actually that would not have the effect that we were looking for. So a percentage would not have worked because up until 1000 pixels, so like this, we actually want the element to be exactly 1000 pixels wide. So not any percentage of the viewport. Only once we reach a width here that is less than the actual width of the element, so only in that situation, we actually want this width here to adapt to the parent element. So basically occupying 100% of the width of the parent element. All right. And so that is how max width works. And compressed into just one sentence, we can say that if the container width is larger than the specified max width, then the width of the element is equal the value that was specified for max width. However, if the container width is less than the specified max width, then the width of the element will be 100% of the container element width. Okay, so take note of that summary, and then hopefully you will never again forget this important property here. So take note of what I just said, and then hopefully you will never again forget this very important property here. Okay, but anyway, let's now move on to the RAM unit. Now, what does RAM mean? Or what does it stand for? Well, RAM is the root element's font size. So that sounds quite strange indeed, but actually it is quite straightforward. So the root of the document is the HTML element. So basically the parent element of all the others, right? Now, if we don't define any font size on this HTML element, so which is again the root element, then one rem is simply equal to the default browser font size, which is always 16 pixels, unless the user does actually change it. So let me actually demonstrate that to you here. And again, using the same example. So I'm going to use max width again. So let's say 500 rem. Okay, so what do you think the width here will be? Well, remember that by default, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixel, right? And again, that's because we did not specify any font size on the HTML element, and so therefore the default font size of 16 is taken. So 1 rem equals 16 pixels. And so therefore here, this 500 rem will be, well, let's do the calculation. So 16 times 500, so 8,000. No, and actually I just wanted 50 rem. So 50 rem would be 800 pixels, right? So let's give it a save, and then let's go check it out. And so here we can immediately see right here that it has a width of exactly 800 pixels, right? And so that works. Now, you might find it strange that we define length in our design based on some font size, right? But actually, that is exactly where the strength of the RAM unit lies, because then we can simply change the font size on the HTML element, and that will then automatically change all the length that are defined anywhere in our CSS with the RAM unit, right? So let me give you some more example here. So let's just give this here some white color and give it a font size. So let's say 10 rem, or well, maybe just 2 rem actually. So 2 rem will be 32 pixels, right? So let's check out, and indeed, that's right. Also, here we have another unit. Let's move that down. And this one we can also specify in rem. Here, let's say 4 rem. And so 4 rem would be 64 pixels, right? So let's confirm all that. So indeed, we have 64 pixels here of padding. Then the width is, again, as we see, 800 pixels. And then as for the font size, here it is specified, of course, in rem. But I showed you before that we can come here to the computed tab. And if we then change for font size here, it will actually be the real one in pixels. So as it is displayed on the screen. So here it's already converted to pixels, right? Because in the end, before elements can be displayed on the page, all the relative units, such as percentages or rems, needs to be converted back to pixels. Okay, and so here we see that it is indeed 32. Okay, but now let's say that on the HTML element, right here, we set the font size to just 10 pixels. And so then 1 rem will no longer be 16 pixels, but it will instead be 10 pixels. And so these 500 rem that used to be 800 pixels, remember that? So that's what we had before, but now not anymore, because now 1 rem will be 10 pixels, and so 50 rem will be 500 pixels. And the same will happen here. So this will now be only 40 pixels, and the font size only 20 pixels. And so if we take a look at this now, then you see that basically the entire design, which in this case is really small, but still, the entire design here shrank down basically by a factor of 62.5%. And that's because 10 divided by 16 is 62.5%. But that percentage doesn't really matter here. What matters is that by changing the font size, we can completely change the entire layout. So if we try to double it, then of course everything will get really big. Right, so now this element is 1000 pixels, or at least it should be. Yes, it is. And the text should be exactly 40 pixels, because 2 times 20 is 40, and the same for the padding. So now it is 80 pixels, right? And so maybe you can start to see why this will be really, really handy when we build responsive layouts. Because, for example, when we have a smaller screen, then we want all the length to be a little bit smaller. And then instead of having to change all of these values here using media queries, we can simply change the font size up here in the HTML, and that will then shrink everything down a little bit. Okay, great. Now, one useful trick, as I mentioned in the last lecture, is to set the font size here to 10 pixels, because then it is very easy to do the calculations. So then we know immediately that this one here will be 500, this is 40, and this is 20, right? And so this is the way to go. Setting the font size here to 10 pixels, okay? Because again, then 1 rem will be exactly 10 pixels, which is very easy to do calculations with. However, this is still not perfect, because by doing it like this, we will not respect the user's definition of the browser's font size. So let's say that the user changes the default from 16 pixels to 20. Then of course they would expect that the font size on our page would increase, right? But with this setup right here, that would actually not happen. So no matter what the user would set the font size to now, we would always have our default font size, or actually our root font size here, at 10 pixels, right? And so this would create huge usability problems for users who for some reason have to increase or even to decrease the font size of their browsers, okay? And so in order to avoid that, we will not set the font size to a fixed value like this, but instead to a percentage of the default font size of the browser. So let's comment this one out. And instead, we will set the font size to 62.5%. And so let me explain you where that value comes from. So we want our font size to be 10 pixels, right? However, the default is 16 pixel. And so we can simply divide 10 by those 16 pixels, which will be 0.625, which is 62.5%. And so that's exactly this value here, right? So this percentage here is a percentage, let me write that here also, percentage of users' browser font size setting. All right. And so again, if it is set to the default of 16, then you see that 16 times 0.625 actually needs to be a comma in my case. So that is then exactly 10. All right. However, if for some reason the user needs to change it to 18, well, then the font size increases to 11.28, right? And so by using this technique, we did actually respect the user's font size setting. Okay? And the same way, if they set it like to 12 for some reason, then our default font size on our page, so 1 rem, will then be 7.5, which in turn will make it so that the entire layout is scaled down a little bit. Right? So I hope that made sense. And in fact, many web designers and CSS developers use exactly this trick. So it wasn't just me who came up with this strange looking technique, but indeed it is something that is used widely in the CSS developer community. Okay, and indeed, just to show you that it works, here our font size is still at 20 pixels, and the padding at 40, and the width at 500. All right, and all of that dynamically, because we are, again, respecting the browser's font size setting that the user chose for their particular case. Okay, and so now we know how the max width property works and how rem works. And so from now on, we will no longer use pixels, but we will always use rems. And we will simply use that trick where 1 rem is 10 pixels. And so that is then very easy to do calculations with. Nice. So hopefully all of that made sense to you, because it is important that you understand this before moving on. So make sure that you do understand it. And then let's go to the next lecture, where we will actually and finally start building the Omnifood project. So I can't wait to see you there. Welcome back to the next lecture, where we will now finally start building our Omnifood project. And we're going to start with the hero section. And for that, I already created this sketch here. So as I mentioned before, we will create this layout where we have the hero image on the right side, and then the content such as the headline and some description on the left side. So exactly like these two examples that I have selected from our layout gallery lecture. Now on top of this section, there is kind of this logo and the navigation bar, but this is something that we will do a bit later. So it's actually not part of the hero itself, but it's kind of part of the start. so of the beginning of the website. And so that's why I put it here as well. Now also, we will add this small component that I have highlighted in red here in the bottom, which is these customer photos and then with some relevant data. So that was not in the sketch before, but now here I have it, and you will see that it makes sense with the content that we have. Okay, and so now let's actually start building this hero section in VS Code. And let's start by removing what we did previously. Okay, and now I want to show you a very nice and important trick, which basically will allow us to have the HTML and the CSS files opened at the same time, side by side. So to do that, I will open again the CSS file, and then I can click here on this icon. So this one that says Split Editor Right. Now, if you cannot see it, you can also do the same thing here in View and then Editor Layout. So you can then choose one of these options here, but usually I just click here, and then that will open this exact same file here on the right side. Okay, then I can close it here, and then to give ourselves some more space, we close down the sidebar, and that's it. So here we usually need more space for the HTML, and yeah, I think that's perfect. And so now we can basically work on both files at the same time. All right, but now about our actual hero section here, let's indeed use a section element, which basically represents a generic part of any document. So let's use section here and then give it the class of section hero. So I usually like to give all my sections then a class name which also starts with section. So that then makes it easy to identify, right? So we talked about section, so the section element before, and it is a little bit similar to the article element, but the article is more self-contained, basically. So for a section to exist, there should usually be multiple sections which are then part of something bigger, all right? So let's then, well, let's move that in later. For now, let's actually keep going. And so now I want to create the two boxes, which will then contain on the right side the image and on the left side the text content. So let's create a div element for that, which remember is simply like a box which has no semantic meaning at all. So I'm going to call this one the hero text box. And that is the one that will contain, among other elements, this h1 here. And then we also want the hero image box. So hero image box, and then we can immediately actually put the image in here. So that is in the folder img, then slash, and then it is our hero image. Now you see that it worked because it's already right here. Okay, but now let's keep going and add some more content here. So our content, of course, is here in the MD file. So this is the one that we already have, so the headline. And then here is this summary, basically. So let's just copy all this text. Then I'm going to call this one the hero description. And there we go. Here let's also add a class for heading primary. Okay, because then later we will have some classes also for the secondary and the tertiary headings. So the h2 and the h3 elements. And of course, we could simply select the h1 using this h1 element selector, right? But actually, I like to always select all the elements using classes. So no ID selectors and no element selectors. Everything will always be selected using classes, because that will give our CSS code a lot more consistency. Okay, so we have the heading, then we have the description, and now we also want 2 buttons here below this. So just like in that layout pattern example that we saw at the beginning of this lecture. And for that, I'm actually going to use an anchor element. So a link, basically, because links are for going somewhere on the page or going to some other page, while a button element should only be used for actions. So if something happens that is not related to navigation, basically. So here for now, we will create an empty link. Okay. And then let's see if in the content we have some text to put on the button, but actually there is nothing. And so these types of small text, so just a small piece of text, we usually call microcopy. And many times we have to come up with those as we design and build the websites ourselves. Now this button here is going to be the main call to action button of this page. And so let's now think what we could write there. So the main action that we want the user to take here is to basically subscribe to the Omnifood subscription, right? And so here we should write something related to that. And since the focus of this company is all on like healthy eating and things like that, we can simply write here, start eating well, for example. Okay. And it could be, of course, anything similar, but it should be like a specific action. So it wouldn't be really helpful to just write here, sign up now or buy now or something like that. So that doesn't sound so nice. And so instead, we want a very specific action like this, which makes the user feel better immediately. So start eating well, I think, is a lot more compelling than like sign up now or subscribe now, right? Then here just adding the button class. And now besides that, we want another button, which is usually like a secondary button, which is going to be a secondary button. And this is usually used for something like getting additional information. So a popular text here is simply learn more. And then we can add some arrow here as well. So using an HTML entity, and we already used R, and then I think this here, which is the right arrow. Yeah, you can see it there in the tooltip. But then we also have DR, which stands for down arrow. And again, it's visible now there in the tooltip. And so this makes a bit more sense in this case. Okay, and with this, I think we are ready to check out what we have already. And as always, the image is really big. And so remember that we need to make it flexible now. So that's one of the ingredients of responsive web design. Remember that? Then here's also the rest of the content. And so let's now start styling this a little bit, and actually starting with the layout. So putting these 2 boxes here side by side. So one with the image and one with this text. Okay. Now for doing this, I'm actually going to use CSS Grid, even though it's actually more like a one-dimensional layout. So it's really just a row, but I'm still going to use CSS Grid because it makes it really easy to have equally sized columns. And also because I like to use the same tool for layout across the entire page. And later, of course, we are going to use CSS Grid for some other layout stuff. And then, as I said, I like to just use the same thing everywhere. All right. But even if we used Flexbox instead of CSS Grid, we would still need some container element for these 2 boxes. So the image box and the text box, right? So that grid container could, of course, be this section hero here, right? But then if we were to choose this one as the container, then we couldn't create a fixed sized container like we want to. Okay, so let's actually create another element here. So one that I'm going to call a hero. And if this doesn't make a lot of sense right now, it will make sense in a minute once you actually see what I'm talking about. Okay. So again, this hero here will actually be our CSS grid container. So let's select that. And now you can see how handy it is to have these two panels here side by side, right? So display grid. And now, as I said, we will make two equally sized columns. So grid template columns, remember. And so here we just need to give them the same value. And so usually that's 1 FR and then another 1 FR. So 2 fractional units right there. And so with this, they should now be side by side. And indeed they are, but they do not have the same size, right? And the reason for that is this huge image, which is still not really flexible. So before we do anything else, let's actually fix that. And so here, let's give it a class name. So it's the hero image. Oh, and actually we need to add the alt text as well. So never forget to do that. And so here, let's say that it's a woman enjoying food, but that's not all. There's also meals in storage, container, and footballs on a table. So a really descriptive alt text here, but that's really nice for people who cannot see these images, or also remember for search engines. Yeah, and now selecting the image with the class we just gave it. All we have to do now is to give it a width of exactly 100%, because 100% will then fill the entire parent element, which is this hero image box here, which is exactly one of the two columns of the grid. And so that column will have half the size of the grid container. And so then the image, of course, will also have half the width of the container now. Okay, and if we resize this here, then you see that indeed the image does resize as well. And so it is already, at this point, a flexible image. Okay, but now let's actually do what I mentioned to be the reason why we need this hero element here, which is to give it a fixed width, right? So remember that we used to use the width property for that. And I'm going to give it 1300 pixels. But remember from the last lecture that we will no longer use pixels now, right? And remember what instead we use? Well, we use the RAM unit, which before we set one RAM here to being exactly 10 pixels, right? And so here we do not want 1300 pixels, but we want 130 RAM, right? So that's one thing that we needed to fix here. And the other one is actually this width property, because what happens like this, and let's actually give it some background color here. So just some random color here. And so now let's decrease this a little bit. And well, just as I mentioned in the last lecture, now of course, this element does not adjust to the viewport, so to its parent element. And so therefore we then create these vertical scroll bars, which is of course not what we envision for a real world website. And so indeed what we want is max width, right? And so now when the element is larger than the container, it will simply occupy 100% of it. And so you see that this starts to look quite nice, right? So quite real world, at least. And so then once it becomes larger than the specified width, then it simply stays here. Okay. Let's get rid of this. And then of course, we also want to center it in the viewport. And for that, we're actually going to use our old trick of margin 0 auto. Okay. And so this is starting to look like a usable layout that we can now improve upon. And so let's do that next and take a small break now. Let's now start adding some more visual styles to our hero section. And let's start by styling the text. So our primary heading here and our hero description. So just copying that. Let's put it here. And for now, I'm simply putting all the styles here one after another. So first of all, let's select a font size. And so let's go to our list of options. And let's try to go maybe with this 61 here. So 61 pixels, which remember means 6.2 rem. And so again, we will now use the rem unit to really size everything on our page. So all the length, like this one here, and all the font sizes as well. Okay, then let's make it bold by giving it a font weight of 700. And then let's check it out here. And that looks huge. So that's probably a bit too big. And there's also a bit too much space between the lines here. So we used 62 pixels. So let's go one down to 52. So 5.2 rem. And then the line height, let's set it to 1.1. Okay. So that looks a little bit better. And well, let's increase it actually even more to 1.05. And also let's make it darker. So we have all our text at 555, and this one we will make 333. So another gray color. So let's add that here to our palette, let's say. And yeah, and I will talk a little bit more about these colors a bit later on. So the reason why we chose them, and we might also experiment a little bit with other colors, but for now, just follow what I'm doing here. Okay, then let's try the hero description. So as always, changing the font size, of course. Here, let's try to go with 20 pixels maybe. So 2 rem. And here we can use a little bit more line height as well. Okay, nice. Maybe a little bit more line height even. And then of course, we finally need some spacing here as well. So we need some spacing here. So after the H1, and then some spacing here after this paragraph, right? And remember that we're still iterating with our design here. So we're just trying out here things a little bit for now, because actually we don't even have yet a font family selected, right? And so we can tweak all of this later. We just need some starting base here from which we can then improve. Okay. For example, I can actually see here in this heading that we should probably decrease the letter spacing, because this text here is very large. And as we learned in one of the design rules, many times it then looks unnatural with the big spacing between the letters. And here that is actually the case. So let's remove that a little bit as well. So let's say half a pixel. So minus 0.5 pixels. And here notice how I'm not using rem. And that's because this is just a very small distance here. And it's also a distance that we don't really need to scale up or down. And so then we can simply keep using pixels in those situations. So here I said I was going to increase this a little bit. And now let's think about our spacing. So after the H1, let's add like 32 pixels. And then after the paragraph, a little bit more. so maybe 48 here. And so that's because the heading and the paragraph belong kind of together, and then after that we want more space between the buttons, because they are a bit separated from these two text contents. So, as I said, here we're going to use a margin bottom of 32 pixels, so 3.2 rem, and then here I'm going with 4.8 rem, so 48 pixels. Okay, nice. So this one looks a bit more natural now with the decreased letter spacing, and here we have some nice spacing going on as well. Now let's just quickly vertically center this content here, so all of this, what's in this box, and that should be fairly easy, right? Because remember that we are using a grid, and so on the grid container, we can simply, as always, use align items and set it to center. Okay. Nice. But of course, then we have some problem with the spacing here. And so let's now actually tackle all of the spacing in this section. So of course, there's also no spacing here, kind of between the beginning of the page and this hero image. So this entire section here. And so let's now indeed think a bit more about the visual style of this section, which includes not only the spacing, but also the colors. So remember that we're using the startup website personality here. And in that personality, it's quite common to have a very light background colors in some of the sections. So usually that is using a gray color. But here in this design, we actually also want to include some elements of the calm personality. Remember that? And so I think it would be nicer to not use a gray color, which is a little bit colder, but actually use a very, very light shade or a tint. Maybe, I don't remember which one it is, but basically a very light version of our primary orange color. So let's get that color here. So I'll copy this hex code, and then remember about this tool that I mentioned to you, which is the tints and shades generator. And as always, this link here will be on my resources page, but the one that I like to use is this one. So maketintsandshades.com. So we just come here, then paste the code here, and then simply make tints and shades. And so here we now get these 10 shades, so the darker versions, and then all of these lighter versions. So it starts basically at the color that we selected and goes all the way to white here, and here it starts at our selected color and goes all the way to black, right? And so let's now choose this very first color here as our background color, just to see if that looks nice. So we can click here, that will then copy it. And so let's try that. So we want this entire hero section, right? So not just the hero. Let me first put that here so that you can see why we don't want it just here. Right? So that would look quite strange, because usually what we see is that the entire section from left to right has the background color, right? And so here we have actually one more reason why we needed this hero container element inside of the hero section. So, or actually the section hero. So let's move that up here by hitting Alt or Option up, give it a save. And, well, I think that this looks quite nice. If we went with a darker color, like this one here, then I think it would look like too dark. So the contrast would be too high. Yeah. So you could go with this one, but yeah, I honestly prefer the little bit lighter version. So let's just keep it like this. And I will now copy it here and basically add it to our color palette here. So for now we just have this tint, but probably we will have more a bit later on. Okay, and now we need to add some spacing here. So we want space inside of this element, not outside of it. So in order to preserve the background color, basically. So when we have background color, we always use padding. And so top and bottom, we want a lot of space, because this is basically now the space that's between sections. And so here we want a lot of space. So, well, maybe not this much, but 96 pixels, I think will look good. And this is also the value that we used in our other project. So let's go with that. So 9.6 rem top and bottom. And then on the sides for now, we need nothing. And then, since we're talking about spacing here, let's add the exact same space also inside of the grid. So as the gap between these columns. So that's gap. And then for consistency, I'm going to use the exact same value here. All right. Yeah, beautiful. So this is starting to look like something, right? Now, here we can now style these buttons maybe as a next step. I think that would be a good idea. So that's the button class here. So let's just put that here. And actually, since this is a link and not an actual button element, we need to actually style these pseudo classes. So button link and button visited here at the same time. Let's give it our primary color as a background. So that's where the branding of the client comes in. And so this is one design decision we don't have to take, fortunately. Then the font size, let's put it at 2 rem, so 20 pixels. As for the text color, let's also make it white, so FFF. Then let's take care of the padding. And remember, this is an inline element, and so in order for the padding to work as expected, we need to make it an inline block so that the box model applies as usual. So this is something that we have done multiple times already, right? And so here I'm going to go with 16 pixels top and bottom, and 32 pixels, so 3.2 rem to the left and right. So once more, here I like to use double the size on the sides than on top and bottom. Okay, and then let's experiment with some border radius here, maybe 15 pixels. And of course, we are forgetting the text decoration, and the border radius, I think, looks a little bit too much. Now we could, of course, also make it really big. Let's just see what that looks like. Let's just remove the text decoration here very quick. And as I said, we need to make it an inline block as well. So display I like to use at the very top. Inline block. Okay. So here we have the completely rounded corners, right? But for some reason, I don't really like it in this design. And we might circle back to it a little bit later, but for now, I just want to make them really like a lot smaller. So let's say 9 pixels here. And yeah, that's actually a lot better. Okay, now there is just one problem here, which is that right now, these two buttons here do have exactly the same color, right? But that is not exactly what we want, because now both of these buttons are competing for the user's attention. However, only this one here is important, and this one is a lot less important. And so we only want this one here to be orange, and this here should be a bit more invisible, so to say. So the focus or the emphasis should really lie on our main call to action button and not on this one. And so here we need two different styles. And So what I will do is to, of course, leave this one orange, and then we can make this one white, because with this background color here, that should then look quite nice. So let's add here what I call a modifier class. And once again, we have done this multiple times already, which is to basically define the common styles in the button, so just in this, and then we can add some more specific styles to this button full class, and then also here to this other button, which I'm calling button outline. Okay? So let's see what I mean by that. So button full, and of course I could have called it also button CTA for call to action, or really any other thing, but this one will have the full background color, and so that's why I like to call it full. And then again, we need all these different pseudo classes, right? And so now what is actually specific to this one here? Well, it is the background color, right? So let's put that one here, and then let's just copy this to make it a bit easier. So the outline should be white. Okay. Nice. Except that we cannot see the text here. And so that's because the white text is also specific to this one. And then here we want to have the darker color. So then we will get the default color of 555. Well, actually we don't. So we get this blue default link color. And so let's set that here as well. And now let's actually worry about our hover states here. So this button here, when we hover it, we want to make it a little bit darker. And this other outline button here, we can actually give it the same background color as the rest of the section when it's hovered. Okay, so let's just copy this here. And so here, let's say hover and active. So how do we get the darker color? Well, we actually already generated it. So it's right here. And so the darker colors are these ones here. And so let's simply get this next one here, which is just a tiny bit darker, but it should be enough. So let's copy that. And yeah, here we don't need this. And let's do the same right here. So hover. And here the background color that we want is this one. Oh, and here we don't need this. And let's see. Nice. So it gets darker as intended. And here the button kind of disappears now. So this does actually look a little bit unnatural. So we should add maybe some kind of white border here around this button. And that's actually harder than it sounds like. So let me show it to you. So let's just try to add a border of 3 pixels solid white. So just like this. And you see what happens. The border kind of gets added to the outside. And so then when we hover it, the entire layout jumps a little bit. Right? Can you see that? And so of course, we don't want that. So what we need basically is to add the border to the inside of the button. Okay. And for that, we can use a trick that I'm going to show you now, which is actually not using the border property, but the box shadow property. So that sounds strange. So this trick, let me actually write it down here to add border inside. And so we use box shadow without any offset in any direction, so not horizontally and not vertically. We also don't want it to have any blur, right? But we want to scale it basically by 3 pixels. So that's basically the same 3 pixels that we had here in the border. And then finally, we again simply make the color white, just as we did here. Okay. So like this, it would basically create the same effect as here. And so let's add the missing piece here, which is the inset keyword. So with this inset keyword, the shadow will basically be added to the inside of the element. So exactly what we want. And it would be helpful if we had this inset keyword on the border actually, but we don't. So we cannot do that. So we need to use this box shadow trick to basically replicate the border and then put it inset. And so with this, you see that we now achieve this nice looking effect here. Okay. Now, right now, these hover effects here, they don't look really nice and really professional, because if we were to go to a real world website and hover over some button, then we would actually see a nice animation from one color to the other. But that's not at all what we have here, right? Here it simply jumps basically from one color directly to the other one. And so now let me show you yet another trick in which we can fix that. So basically create a nice animation using just CSS. So to do that, we basically come to the element, so to the rule which has the original state. And so that is in this case simply this link and visited, right? So this is the state before any hover. And so here we can now add the transition property. So transition property is a property that allows us to do just what it says. So to transition between two values using an animation. Then here we can specify multiple things, but at least we need 2 things. We need the property that we actually want to animate, and we need to say over how much time we want the animation to happen. Now in this case, we want to animate both the background color and the color, right? Now in this case, we want to animate both the background color and the color, right? And so we can actually just say all. And so with this, all the properties will be animated. Okay. And then again, over how many times we want the animation to happen. And so let's just start here with 1 second. So here we can choose S for second, or we could also specify milliseconds. So that would be for 1 second, 1000 milliseconds. But I like to always use seconds. That's a bit more natural. And so let's see what happens now as we hover over the button. And you see that it nicely changed the color here over 1 second. You see that? And the same is now happening here. Now, of course, this is way too slow, but this was just to show you the effect. To make it even a bit more visible, let's put the hover state to another color. Let's say red as my favorite color here. All right. And you see that changed over 1 second. And here, of course, it's still the same. Okay. And I noticed that actually we are only changing the background color and not the color. And so here we could also have written this. So instead of all, we can say just background color. Right? Then here we could also specify a third value to change the type of the animation, but that is a little bit more complex, so I'm going to leave that for later. Okay? So here I just wanted to introduce you to this brand new CSS property, so at least brand new for you, because it's been around for some years. But for you, it is a new property, and it is actually a really exciting one, because it allows us to do animations in a very, very simple way. And with animation here, basically what we mean is to change the value of a certain property or of multiple properties from one value to another one. So in this case, that is from this background color to this one here. All right. And remember, we always put the transition here on the original state. We'll actually write that down here for you. So state is not really a correct CSS term, but I think you know what I mean there. Now here, 1 second is of course way too long, so let's use a better value. And something that is commonly used is 0.3 seconds. So that's 300 milliseconds. And so with this, we have a nice and snappy animation, which feels quite natural. Beautiful. Now there's just one more thing that we need to fix, which is the space here between these buttons. So this is of course not enough space that we have here. So this doesn't look natural at all. And so we need to add some spacing here between those two. Now, how should we do this? I mean, this button full here should probably be reused in a later point on this side. And so therefore, I will not simply add a margin to the right here in this element. Right? I mean, of course, I could do this, like 1.6 rem, and that would then work quite nicely, right? But then if I added this button here somewhere else on the page, that would also get the same margin right. And so that's not what we want. Now another option here would to wrap these two buttons into some grid container or some flex container and then add some gap into that one, right? But that seems like a bit too much work here. So that's also not what I want. But instead, what I'm going to do here is to add a special helper class to this button here. So let me just write it and then I will explain what this is. So I'm going to call it margin right and SM for small. Okay. And so this will be like a reusable and very generic helper class that I can now define in my CSS and then add to multiple elements to give them some space on the right side. So let's say 1.6 rem. Okay. And so now here it looks exactly the same as before, but we achieved that using this technique of using a helper class like this. Okay. Now, when we use a helper class like this, we really want the style that it has to be applied. And no matter what other styles are already on the element. So in order to ensure that, we usually then add the important keyword here. Because remember, that then makes sure that this style here, so this declaration here, always has the highest priority. So in this case, that wouldn't be necessary, but that's just a good practice to do. Okay? And with experience, you will of course then know when you should use a class like this. And also I will show you a couple more use cases throughout this project. But many times it is actually related to margins that we want to reuse in multiple places, but that we do not want to add to specific elements. Because then when we want to reuse them somewhere else, it might create some conflicts that we don't want. Okay, and I hope that made sense. And here, of course, we don't need to use the link and the visited pseudo classes because this class here is intended to use on all kinds of elements, not just on buttons. But anyway, let's go back here. And now this section here looks quite nice already. So really great work up until this point. It looks really beautiful already. Now, next up, we want to add this small component down here, which has these customer faces that I showed you by the start of the last lecture. And then I think it's also time to select a really nice typeface for our project. Okay. And so we will do all of that in the next part of building this hero section. Let's now continue building and actually finish building our hero section. And in this part 3 of building the hero, let's actually start by selecting a new typeface. So, for that, we will again use Google Fonts. And of course, we need to keep in mind the website personality that we chose. And so that's why I will first show you the Inter typeface, which, as I mentioned before, is kind of my new favorite. So let's just select a couple here, maybe 4, 5, and 700 here. And then we just copy these 2 lines here. So we already did this a couple of times before. And then remember, we need to paste it before our own style sheet. And now I will simply add Inter here first. And then as a fallback, if Inter doesn't work somehow, then sans serif will be used. So let's check that out. And now indeed, if you ask me, it does look a lot better than before. However, I'm not sure if this really fits our personality type so well. I mean, if it was just the startup personality, then I think Inter is actually a perfect font. But remember that we're also trying to mix some of the personality traits of the calm personality into our design. And so I think that we should use a little bit of a rounder typeface here. So Inter is a little bit harsh. So look just at this L here. It's like a complete square, like a complete rectangle, and there is nothing round about it. And so maybe this doesn't fit so nice with the overall message of the site and, of course, with the website personality. So we will not choose Inter, actually. So I will remove all here. And instead, let's go back. And now here, of course, you could now spend a lot of time searching for the right typeface for this design. All right, but I already did that work before, because otherwise we would lose a lot of time here. And the perfect typeface that I think fits really nicely into our design is called Rubik. So exactly this one here. Okay, and so let's now select a couple here. So 400 as always. Then I'm actually going with 4, 5, 6, and 700. Okay, and in case we wanted italic text, then we would actually also have to select these italic styles. But I think we will not need that. And so for now, I will just leave it like this. And then up here, we have our selected families. And then we can just copy this one again. Okay. Replace this one here. And then Rubik right here. And wait for it. And there we go. So this typeface, I think, is really, really beautiful and is really a nice mix between the startup personality, but making it a little bit more approachable and looking a bit more caring by being basically a bit more round. So comparing this L here with the one we had before, now it has these nicely rounded corners, and the same is of course true for all the other characters here as well. So really nice. Let's make this here actually the whole size. And yeah, so I think this is the perfect typeface. But as I said, usually when I build a project like this, I keep experimenting throughout the entire project with different typefaces, even at the very end, to see which one fits best. And so when we reach the end of this project, we might also do that again, because then it's actually a perfect time to see the entire layout changing the way it looks, simply by using some different typefaces. But for now, as a work in progress, I think this one here is great. Let's just make these buttons here a little bit bolder now that we have that 600 font weight. So you see that by default we have 400, and then 700 is like really bold. But to make it just a little bit less bold, we can use 600. So that's what I want to use here on the button. So font weight of 600, and that does look a lot nicer. Okay, but finally, let's now build that component that I mentioned in the very first part of building this hero, which is to have like some customer photos here, and then with some relevant data. And I thought of that because here in this description, we have this sentence here. So basically saying that Omnifood delivered 250,000 meals last year, which is kind of really impressive, right? And so I think this gets a bit lost here in this sentence. And so I thought that we could add a nice component here that I saw in that other inspiration. So in that other example. And yeah, I wanted to do the same thing here, basically based on that example. So let's do that. And if we take a look at our images, we actually do have, should be here in the customers. So we have a lot of photos here of customers that we can use. So 6 of them. So let's come back here into our hero text box and basically add that here after these buttons. So again, using a very generic div element, and then I will call it delivered meals. Then here inside of these meals, we need one box for the face images and then another box for the text, or maybe just some paragraph for that text. But anyway, let's call this one here the delivered faces. Okay, could be delivered images as well. Let's actually call it IMGs for images to be a bit more consistent. And then of course our image element source. So that's in IMG. And here we have yet another folder. So IMG / customers / customer once. Okay, and here let's add some very simple alt text. So this is just some customer photo. Okay. Now I'm copying this and pasting it a couple of times because we have 6 of them. So this looks a bit strange. So here I don't really agree with the prettier formatting. Yeah, that's a lot better. So here you see they are called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we just need to replace them here. And I will leave the alt text without any change. Okay, and then here I want that paragraph with the text. So let's get that actually. So it's this one here, right? So of course, actually it's also here. So let me just cut it from here and paste that here. And just to make it a little bit nicer and shorter, let's just say 250,000 meals delivered last year. Okay, let's check that out again. And indeed, that doesn't look so correct. And so we now need to build this small layout for this small component. So that's called delivered meals. And again, I will fix this CSS file here a little bit later because it's starting to get a bit confusing. But anyway, so we want the delivered meals to be side by side with that paragraph. So a good use case for using display flex. And this time I'm actually using flex and not grid because here I don't really care about the size of the columns. We will simply let the content determine the sizes. Okay. Then delivered, well, not meals, but images. So here we also want these images to be side by side. So all the child elements here of delivered images, which are these images, should also become flex elements. And so now let's format these images. But here I didn't give them any class. And well, I usually don't do that when it goes so many levels deep. So here I would now have to call them like delivered img, but that's a bit too much trouble, maybe. So I'm just going to select the img using this descendant selector. So let's give them some height. So based, of course, again here on our rules. So maybe 64 pixels. And if that is too big, we go one step down to 48. So 64, which means 6.4 RAM. And well, usually we do not need to specify a width because it will automatically get adjusted. But there is some bug in the Safari browser when the images are flex items. And so we need to do that here as well. So we simply set the width to the exact same thing to make them squared. Okay, and then we also want to make them round. And since they are squared, we can set the border radius to 50%. Remember that? And so let's check it out, maybe, or actually let's first also style this paragraph here, which I didn't actually give a class yet. So that's delivered text, let's say. Okay, so to give it some visual hierarchy here, let's make it smaller than the paragraph text that we had before, that summary. So where is that? It's right here. So it's at 2 RAM. And so let's go one step down, which is 1.8 RAM. So 18 pixels. So here we are using all of these ideas about visual hierarchy with text and with the entire layout in general as well. And let's give it some font weight, maybe of 600 to make it stand out then a bit more from the rest. Okay, so that's starting to look like something, but these images are way too big for now. So let's fix that. And we also need some spacing here, so some vertical spacing between this component and this button. So let's start with that, actually. And, well, we cannot really add any spacing simply to the buttons here, right? So, again, that would then be against the idea that these buttons should be standalone components. So, which is also the reason why here I added this margin using this helper class, right? So I could create a margin bottom or something class like that, but then I would have to add it to both these buttons. And I think that's not really worth it, because what we can do instead is to simply add some margin to the top of this element here. So delivered meals. So margin top in this case. And here let's use a lot. So maybe 80 pixels. So not quite the 96. That would be a bit too much, but let's try 8 RAM here. Okay. And then, make the images smaller. So stepping down from 64, the next one is 48 pixels. So 4.8 RAM. Okay. And so that is a lot better already. Great. Now what we need to fix is to add some spacing here and align these vertically. And then one very nice thing that we can do here is to kind of overlap these images here on top of each other. So that's something that we see quite often when we have a situation like this, because, well, like this, it looks a bit strange. So we can just overlap them. And I'm sure you have seen this also in practice before. So starting with the spacing and vertical aligning, that is right here on this delivered meals flex container. And so here we need to then add align items, remember, to center everything vertically. And then to add some spacing, we use our gap property. And let's use 16 pixels, so 1.6 rem. Okay, so that fixes that first part. And now remember, the second thing that we wanted to do is to put these images on top of each other. So basically we want to decrease the spacing between them. And so we might think that since we are using a flex container here, so this delivered images which contains the images is also a flex container. And so we might think that here we could set the gap property to a negative value. However, for some reason that doesn't really work. And so here we actually need to work on the individual images themselves. So here we can add a margin to the right with a negative value. And so let's again use, for consistency, 1.6 rem, but then negatively. And so that will basically pull each of the images 16 pixels more to the left. All right. Yeah, so exactly like this. Now, for some reason, the margin, so this gap here is not really being applied. Let's see what's happening there. And so this is where, once again, the dev tools come in very handy. Just make this a bit bigger so you can actually see. So the problem here is that the flex container basically ends right here. And the reason for that is that all the images have this negative margin. Well, it's not really visible here, but we need to basically remove the negative margin from this last one here. That should then fix it. So then this end of the flex container should be back here, and then we should be able to see that margin that is now on top of the image. So let's select the last one. And for that, fortunately, we have our very handy last child pseudo class. And so here we set the margin back to 0. So we could have written margin right as well, but here basically we're setting all the margins back to 0. Okay, and now that is fixed indeed. Right. Now just one more thing, or actually two more things. So first I want to make this one here a bit more visible. And so I'm also giving it this orange color here. And then another thing that we do many times when we overlap images like this is to then add a nice small border to each of them to create basically some visible space between them. And you will see what I mean in a second here once I do that. So basically what I just said is to add a border, let's say 3 pixel solid with the exact same background color as the color that is around the images. So if that was white, we would use white, but in this case that is this background color right here. Actually, it is this color, but it's not coming from here. I mean, it is here from this section hero, right? So that's right here. Right. So this looks a bit nicer. It's just a small detail, you might think, in the small touch, but it makes it immediately look a bit more designed. So as if someone thought a little bit more about this component. And so that is always a good thing to do. Now, finally, as I said, I want to make this text here also orange in order to make it stand out a bit more. So let's wrap it in a span element, which is like a generic text element. So a bit like a div element, but for inline elements. So let's select that again with a descendant selector instead of adding just another class there. So our brand color is this one here, I think. Let's just make sure. Yeah, it's always the one that ends in 22. And since we're already here, let's make it even a little bit bolder. So going all the way to 700. Okay, nice. Let's just make sure that the contrast ratio is actually good here. Because here we are actually using this orange color on top of another orange color. Even though this one here is very light, but I'm actually not sure if it has the correct color contrast ratio. So to check this, we go to this coolers or something website, which one more time it is on my resources page. Then we click away all this stuff. Then here on more, we come to contrast checker. Then we paste our text color here. Well, I'm not sure what that is. It was this text that I copied before. So indeed, I want this. And the background color is this one here. And so you see, it is very poor. So this red background here means that we are in trouble. So let's use the next dark that we have. So this one here. Let's copy this. Let's just make sure it's here already. Actually, it's not. So just again to make sure we have everything in one place. Let's put that here. And it is still poor here, but down here it just became yellow, which is for a large text. But if we take a look here, then we see that level AA requires 3.1 for large text, so at least 18 pixels, or bold text. And in our case, the text is actually very bold, and so I think we're good to go with that color here. So let's replace that, and there we go. So you think that this might be a very minor thing to worry about, but as I said, I believe, and the whole web developer community believes as well, that we should really strive to make our websites as accessible as possible. And so I think it's not too much to worry about a small detail like this. Okay, and with this, we actually finished building this hero section. So I hope that you like this result. I think it looks really, really beautiful. So great result here. We have some nice visual hierarchy where this text here is closer a little bit to this one because they belong kind of together. Then we have a bit more space between the buttons and then a lot more space. Well, actually not that much space, but still there's a lot more space here than here. And so again, we create a nice visual hierarchy right there. Let me just remember how much we used here. It looks like it's not that much. It was 8 RAM, while here we have 4.8 RAM. But then because of the line height, it is actually a bit more, as we can see here in this blue box that is around it. But still, I think this looks good. Also the spacing between these columns and around everything here looks quite decent. And so yeah, I think this is done for now. And so in the next lecture, we will then also build the header here. So putting the logo here and also start working a bit on the navigation. So that is yet another exciting step to really polish off and finish this whole introduction to our website. And so hopefully I see you there very soon. Next up, let's build our website header. And the website header will just be something very simple. So we're just going to put the logo here on the left side and some simple navigation here on the right side. So just like I showed you in the sketch that I showed in the beginning of building this hero section. Now this content, so the logo and the navigation, I actually don't want them to be in a fixed width container like this one here. So this one here, this hero section, is exactly 1300 pixels wide, right? But again, now the navigation and the logo, I actually want them outside of a fixed width container like that, because that is something that I personally like a lot. And also I have seen that on many websites. And so yeah, I like that. And I thought we could implement that here just to practice a little bit more and not always do everything in the same way, right? So let's go to our markup and add the header right here before this section. So I'm actually going to use now the header element, and I will still give it a class name and call it header. And again, that is because I want to have it as a rule to only select based on class names. Okay, with the exception of sometimes then selecting elements inside of classes. But still, the beginning is always with class selectors. Okay, so remember that the HTML5 element header is basically to be used at the beginning of a website or also of some specific content, like in a section or in an article. And we did actually just that in our very first project, where we used the header element at the beginning of the website and then also at the beginning of the article. Remember that? So here then let's use an image for the logo with the class of, well, simply logo. Then we also need the alt text. And here we just say it's the Omnifood logo. And then the source of image. And then here it's actually this one, Omnifood logo.png. So that is one part. And then we also want the navigation. And for that, remember, we use the nav element. And the nav element is yet another semantic HTML5 element, which should be used for major navigation blocks that we have on our page. So not all collections of links need to be wrapped in a nav element, but here, semantically, we do want to have the major navigation of our page, and so it makes sense to then use exactly this element with that meaning for it. Let's just give it a class. Let's call it main nav, because in the footer we will have another navigation, and then we're going to need another nav element there. And here for now I will just write some text. Okay. And then let's actually wrap the rest of the content here inside of the main element. And once again, the main element is a new HTML5 element. And what it means is basically that it contains the main content or the main area of a certain web page. So of a certain web document like this HTML5 page. And once again, the main element is a new HTML5 element, so a semantic element. And what it means is that it contains basically the main part or the main area of a web document. Now, what it does not include is content that is repeated across multiple pages. And so that would be the case of a header. So basically this part here, if we had multiple pages, we could use the exact same header on all of the pages. And so that means that it's not part of the main part of any web page. And the same thing for the overall page footer. So that one should also always be outside of the main. But in here we can just put it inside the main element, and so we make it a little bit more semantic. So we don't even need to give it any class because we're not interested in styling it. This is just to let, for example, screen readers and search engines know that, well, this is exactly as I said before, the main part of our page. Okay, so let's check it out. And the logo is huge, of course. So as always, we need to start by fixing the images here. Okay, and before we do any of that, it's actually time to now format this file here a little bit. So what I will do is to put like general and repeatable components at the beginning and then create some division for each of the sections. Okay, so we can add some stars here to create some nice division. And then let's say general components, and then here, copy that. Then here we have the hero section. Then we have the header. Okay. So the heading primary is actually used just once, but still I will put it here in the general components. So that's also why we gave it this kind of reusable name here, right? Let's actually write it here as well, reusable. And again, that's why it does have this kind of generic name there. The same for the buttons. They are not just to be used here, but everywhere throughout the entire page. So let's grab them, put them here. Nice. Then here is everything about the hero. But then again, this one is one of the repeatable ones, because this is the helper class that we created and which might be used everywhere. Okay, and this one is actually everything about the hero. And so now here, let's go to the header and format the logo a little bit. And usually I like to style the height of images, which is a bit easier to control, I think. So height, let's go here to our spacing rules. And for example, let's try 24 pixels. So 2.4 rem. Okay, so that looks quite good. And so now let's work on the layout a little bit and also on the visual styles. So as I mentioned before, we want each of them pushed to one of the sides. This one on the left side, this one on the right side. And actually we already did that before, so this shouldn't be too hard. So we can simply use Flexbox here, of course, where the header must be the flex container. And then remember, the trick to push each element to one of the sides is to use justify content space between. Now we should also vertically align them. Okay, that looks quite good already, but of course we need some spacing. And also we kind of want to make the header look as if it is part of this whole section here, right? And so we need to give it the exact same background color. So let's fix the background color here and the spacing. So background color is not so hard. It's just this one here. Actually, exactly this line of code. So no need to type it out all again. And now let's fix the spacing. And here, what I'm going to do is to actually give this header a fixed height. So using the height property and setting it, for example, again to 9.6 rem. Now, why am I doing that if usually we simply allow the content to define the height and then adding some padding usually? Well, the reason for that is because in this case, we actually want to make this navigation sticky a bit later. So sticky meaning that as we scroll down the page, it should stay at the same position. And for this to work, it's a bit easier when the height is actually fixed. Okay, so let me write that here. So because we want it to be sticky later. But of course, it would be just fine if you didn't have this condition here of making it sticky later to simply use padding. Okay, now we will still need padding, but only on the sides. So padding, and so on the top, we actually want 0 padding. So top and bottom, and then on the right, let's see what we have here. Let's use 48 pixels. So that will then basically be the space between the sides of the viewport, so the sides of the browser and this content here. So let's check that out. And yeah, this looks quite beautiful. I just think that maybe the logo here is a bit too large. And also the spacing here now is way too big. So we have a lot of spacing here between now this header basically and, well, this section here. Let me show you. That's because here we have this huge padding of 96 pixels on the top, right? Then we also have 96 pixels here of the height, which then makes the whole thing like really big. So let's decrease the padding at the top here and also decrease the logo a little bit. So starting with that, and here we should probably not go to our next value. So 16 would be way too low because we actually just want to reduce it a little bit. And so we can just break the rule here a little bit, basically. So maybe like this. And then let's reduce the padding at the top here to half. So we're going to do 4.8 rem, then on the side 0, bottom 9.6, and on the other side 0 as well. Yeah, that looks better. And this will look even better once we have the actual navigation here, which is what we're going to do in the next lecture. Okay, so for now, everything looks perfect. Let me just reduce here the viewport so we can see that. So you see that always, of course, we keep this space here, right? And let's see here also our header. And of course, some things here are not perfect yet, but we will fix that later using media queries. So remember, that is the technique that we use in order to adjust our layout and our visual styles for different viewport width, right? However, there is something that we can already fix at this point, which is the fact that this content is now completely glued basically here to the side, and the same here. And so that should not happen, because imagine that the user has exactly this screen width right here. So this doesn't look so nice. And so let's add basically some padding here to this hero element. So yeah, that's right here. So we have, of course, some margin to center it horizontally. And so let's add, as I just said, some padding here. And so we will then see in the inspector exactly how this works. So maybe 48 pixels is a bit too much here. Let's go one step down, which is 3.2 rem. Okay. And so this, yeah, this is what I mean. Right, so now this space stays here, this 3.2 padding, because the element still goes all the way here to the end, of course, which is what I wanted to show you. So the hero still goes, as I said, from left to right, but then we have these green bars, which is the padding, and only inside of that padding, then we have the content, right? So we also have that margin here, and of course the padding here on section hero. And probably we could have just added this padding also to the section hero, but well, I think it is a bit more natural and easier to understand like this. Okay, and with this, I think we're actually ready to tackle the navigation here in the next lecture. In this video, we're going to build the navigation for our web page. And we're going to do that right here inside of this nav element. Now, in our very first project, way back at the beginning of the course, we simply put a bunch of links, so a bunch of anchor elements right into this nav. However, that is not the most semantic way of building a navigation, because a navigation should basically be a list of links grouped together. And so what we should do really is to create an unordered list. And then inside of that list is where we're going to add our links, so the anchor elements. So we're going to use the UL element, and let's call it the main nav list. Okay. And so this is basically how everyone does their navigations. So they have a nav element, then a UL element, then in there a bunch of LI elements, and for each of them, or better, inside of each of them, we will have an anchor element. So for now, these hrefs are going to point nowhere. And also, we don't know yet where we want each of these links to point to. So later, we will want these links to lead to a different section of the page. And also, we don't know yet where we want each of these links to go to. I mean, later on, we want each of these links to lead to a different section once the user clicks them, but we don't know yet what sections those are. So I'm just going to write section 1 here for now. Okay, not giving them any class just yet. I will do that a bit later once we actually need them. So let's just do 5 of them, and then we will see as we go what is actually the correct number of links that we want. Okay, just checking it out, but of course it will not be as we want it. So we need to get rid of the bullet points, and we want them to be side by side. So that is the main nav list. So let's add here another block for the navigation, because here we will actually need a lot of code. So list style should be none. And also we want the elements to be side by side. Display flex, right? So as always, or at least as many times, we reach one more times for flexbox here. Okay, and let's also add some gap here. Let's say 3.2 rem for now, just to have something to work with. And now it's time to actually style the links themselves. So not really the LI elements. So there's not really a need to style those, because we already created the space between them using the gap property here on the flex container. So without flexbox, we would now need some space between the link elements, and then we would use margin on each of them. But again, now we don't need that. And so I'm just going to style the anchors themselves. So main nav link, and let's add that to all of them. Okay, also copying the class name. And here again, styling both link and the visited pseudo classes for now. So as always, removing the text decoration. I'm also going to want to give them this darker color here. Let's make them a bit bold, but only like 500, not super bold, because that then gives them too much focus. And also let's use again the font size of not 20 pixels, because that is reserved for the paragraph, but one step down at 1.8 rem, or 1.8, right? So again, this one here is at 20 rem, or at 20 pixels, and this one is at 1.8, and so is this one. Okay, now let's change their color here once we hover them. So we could use some other gray color, maybe a lighter gray, or even a darker one. But what I want actually is this orange color. And I'm going to use exactly the same one as this one because of the color contrast issue. So not this primary color, but actually this a bit darker one. Okay, and also of course we want that to happen with a transition. And so let's actually already add that here. So remember, we use the transition property in order to create animations between different values for a certain property. And here I will now start using just all, and then again 0.3 second. And so this will then animate all the values for all properties. And again, this one we need to put basically on the original state, which is just link, right? Let's grab this here so that we can work on the hover and active states. And here, as I said, I want to use this darker version. Okay. Yep, this looks quite nice. But now there's something that I want to do, which is also quite common in website navigations like this, which is to actually have a call to action as the very last item in the navigation. So basically, we will want to have something like a button here, which is similar to this one, and which is probably going to lead to the same place on our website. So basically repeating the same call to action here and here. So that is something quite common, as I said before. And so let's do that. So basically we need to style this last one here a bit differently. And so let me add another class here. Okay. Now we could have selected this one, of course, using the last child pseudo class, but I actually need to style this here in many different places. And so, I mean, multiple times here in the CSS. And so that would be a bit cumbersome doing it like that. So I'm just going to leave it like this. And so what I want to do now is to add new styles to just this element. And in particular, I want it to look similar to the button. Okay, so basically this one here. So maybe not the font weight, not the font size, but the border radius and the padding. Probably even the padding should be smaller, but let's see. So where's that? And as always, we also need the link and visited pseudo classes right here. Okay. Now here we also want the text color to be white. And in order for this padding here to apply, it should be an inline block. And actually, let's add that to all of them. So right here. So for links, that's just a good practice because many times we're adding some padding there. And so usually I have the habit of always setting these links in a navigation to an inline block. Okay, let's check that out. And as you see, the background color is not applying. And so this is something that we observed before actually already. So let me inspect this here and show you. So we should have somewhere the style with the different background color. Well, actually it's not here. So yeah, actually I didn't even write the code. So that's why it doesn't have the different background color. So background color, and it's this one. So let's see now. And actually that does work quite nice. Just the padding is way too big here. And also we now have to vertically align all of these items here because, well, this is of course not what we like to see. So that's right here in the main nav list, which is the flex container. So as you already know, here we just use align item center. And then let's dramatically reduce the padding here. Let's say, so again, usually you have this system here somewhere where you don't have to scroll up and down all the time. But anyway, I'm going to use 24 and then half, so 12. So 1.2 and 2.4. Okay. And now just to make sure that this always applies, I'm going to use that end selector that I showed you before at some point. So basically we want this here to apply when both the nav CTA class is there and the main nav link as well. So we can copy this one here and paste it here like this. And so without any space, because like this, it would be the descendant selector. But like this, it means that it has to have both the main nav link class and the nav CTA class. Okay. And then once we do this, this so-called specificity, as you see here, is now 3. And this other style here is just 020. And so now we can make sure that this here will always apply. Okay. Now let's finally just add the hover states here as well. Hover and active. And so here we simply want to make the background color darker, just like in our main call to action button. Okay. And here we do not have to add the transition here because it is already right here in this main nav link, which of course is also applying to this link right here, right? So of course, all of this is now applying to the nav CTA because, well, it also has that class right here. So this code is applying and also this one here. Okay, so we have just one conflict, which is with the color. And so that is the one that is being resolved now because here we have these 3 as the specificity and here we have 2. Okay, so again, that's the reason why we added this part here to this selector. Okay, and yeah, there we go. Working perfectly, all of them. And so, yeah, great. Now this text here, of course, is not ideal, but we are just building the site here. And so we will change this later as we go. Okay, so this looks perfect. I'm just going back here because we already have some more design values that I want to update. So here we have this border radius, which again, I'm using pixels here and not rem because this is something that I do not want to scale up or down. So it's just this really small value and I want to always keep that. Anyway, here we have border radius. And so let's put here that we use by default 9 pixels. Shadows we don't have yet. We also have some more font weights. So we actually now have also 500, 600, and even 700. So this one I'm calling it bold. This one medium and semi bold. Okay, I think we also have some 1.05 and we have some 1.6, I believe. So I'm keeping track of that. Yeah, so 1.05 and there is that paragraph for the description. Yeah, here. So here we used 1.6. And so I'm keeping track of that up here in this comment here, so that later as our file and as our CSS code grows, we don't end up using different values here and make the design inconsistent. Actually, let me call this one here like paragraph default or something. And then this one is the default. Yeah, this one I'm just calling it small. Okay, so this is not really that important, the names. But yeah, just keeping track of these different design decisions that we have been taking. Yeah, just to ensure a consistent design across the entire page. Okay, and with that, we kind of finished this entire part here. I think it looks beautiful and I hope you think the same and that you're having a lot of fun up until this point in this project. And of course, it will keep being amazing. And so let's now move on to the next lecture. In this lecture, we're going to use CSS Grid in order to set up a grid that we're going to be able to reuse over and over again on our page. And let's start by adding some HTML here. So I will actually add now the next section that we're going to build, which is the How It Works section. So here we have the section hero, and then after that, but of course still in the main part of the page, we're going to have another section which is called section how. So which stands for how it works, basically. Okay, and now here I will simply add a couple of div elements just so I can show you the reusable grid that we're going to create in this lecture. So test one, let's just copy this, or actually let me show you an even better trick than copying it, which is using this command right here in the selection menu and then copy a line down. So this is something that I use all the time, and so I even created a special shortcut for it. But for you, the shortcut should probably be similar to this one here. So that is Alt or Option and then Shift and the arrow up key. But for copying down, it is Option or Alt, Shift, arrow down. So watch what happens when I click here. So basically it will simply duplicate this line. And so I do this a couple more times. And this is, again, something that I do all the time when working in VS Code. Okay, now let's just quickly style those. So something just temporary, which we will delete a bit later. And actually let's style the section how as well. So instead of just doing that later, I'm going to do that immediately here. And so that I will do down here, because of course we're going to need some additional code for this section. So I'm also copying here this comment so that we can create a nice additional code block here. So the How It Works section. And then here let's add a padding, and I will do the same padding that I also used on the hero section. So 96 pixels on top and bottom, and then 0 on the sides. And for now, let's just give this some background color actually. Let's say orange, red. Okay, and now just giving those four also some background color, just so we see them. So I can say here first, or actually the nth child, and then the first one, background color, let's go with this one here. And now I will again use that shortcut to duplicate the line. So that is Shift, Option, and arrow key down. So number 2, 3, and 4. Here let's use blue, violet, and maybe some yellow color. Okay, just quickly checking it out. Oh, somehow that didn't work. Oh, and indeed, here we only have one section how. So of course I want to select the nth child of the div elements that are in there. So let's add that in all of these. Oh, that didn't work somehow. Ah, now that's better. Let me just give them some padding here. And this is temporary, so we can just use pixels. And also the font size of even something like 50 pixels. Okay. But now let's say that we wanted to arrange these four here in a 2x2 grid, for example. So how would we do that? Well, we could of course go back here to our section how and then set up that grid, right? However, we would then write that code maybe multiple times over and over again in different parts of our website. And so that's something that we want to avoid. And so instead, I will actually create a reusable grid. Okay, so that's the whole point of this lecture. And well, let's do it right here for now. So I will simply create a new class here, which I'm going to call grid. And then, of course, I will make it a grid container. And let's also add some gap here. Maybe, again, 9.6 RAM. And here, it needs actually to be RAM as well, of course, not pixel. And I said that I wanted a 2x2 grid. So that means 2 columns. So grid, template, columns. And so let's actually use the repeat function and then saying that we want 1fr twice. So remember that this is the exact same thing as writing 1fr, 1fr, right? Okay, and so this now we can add here, right? And so now the section how is also a grid, and so this code also applies now to this element. And so if we give this a save, then we should have our grid, and indeed, here it is, right? Okay, but this is actually not really reusable yet, because let's say that we have another section then. Let me just copy it here, why not? So now we have it twice here, and indeed, it's exactly the same thing. But let's say that this one here, I actually wanted it to have 3 columns. So what would we do then? So we cannot change this one because the first grid here, we still want it to be 2x2. Only this one here should have 3 columns, right? And so the way to make this really reusable is to basically export that style from the grid and create yet another class that we can then add here and here. So let me show that to you in practice. So grid, and then here I like again to use these 2 dashes to say that this is a variation of the original. So grid, 2 calls, which stands for 2 columns. And so here we will now add this code. Okay, and then we can copy it and say grid 3 columns. And then here, we of course want to repeat this 3 times. So, can you see what we're going to do now? Well, now we just have to add grid 2 calls here to this class list. And then here, grid 3 calls. And so with this, we're going to achieve exactly what we wanted. Right? So our first grid is a 2x2. So with 2 columns, and the second one has 3 columns, right? And so now our grid element here is way more versatile all over our page. So we can use it in different situations and then simply use this other a variation class here basically to create a grid with 2 or 3 columns, or we might even need 4 columns. And so that is very easy as well. So let's say here we wanted actually 4. And so here we go. So now it is 4 columns. And we can, of course, also see that nicely in the dev tools, where we see, of course, or actually here, the parent, of course. So here we have the grid code applying. So the code from the grid class. So this one here. And then we have the grid 4 calls, of course. So this one here, which then makes it so that we have the 4 columns as we specified here. Right? And so this is a very nice technique to basically export these different styles into different classes in order to make them reusable across our page. Now, another thing that we might want to reuse a couple of times over our page is a centered container element, right? So that's something that we have used a couple of times in past projects. and actually already also in our hero section, right? And so let's actually also export that into its own class like this. So a generic container, basically. Let me do that here. And a bit later, I will then, of course, move all of this code here to the generic section in our CSS file here. But now let's create a container here. And so this container is going to be the element that we're always going to use in order to center the content on our page. So inside of the browser viewport, right? So as always, we need to define a width here. And we do that again using the max width property to make it nice and fluid. And here I'm going to go with 120 rem. So that's basically 1200 pixels. And that's kind of a standard, we might say. So that's something that many pages use. Another one is 1140 pixels. So this is somehow also some kind of convention that you can also use. And that's actually very similar to this 1200 pixels, which I really like to use. So basically with this here, we are now defining that most of the content on our page, which will live inside our container of this, will have this width here or less. So when the viewport is less than 1200 pixels, then of course the container will shrink down, right? Then we can center it also using margin set to 0 and auto. And remember that this auto here, basically what it does is to give the same margin to the left and right side, and it will be figured out automatically. And so since these two margin values are the same on both sides, it basically makes the content look as if it was centered, right? Okay, and now we can apply this once again, for example here. Let's add it first, but the order doesn't matter, of course. So now this element here is going to be a container and a grid with two columns all at the same time. All right, and here you see it. And let's shrink it down. So all the way to 1200 pixels. And then of course, it is shrinking down. Now here we still have those, because they come from down here, from these, which are a bit too big to fit this viewport. But here, actually, it is happening what should be happening. So everything is nicely shrinking, right? Now here we just have that problem that the content is all the way glued here to the left and the right side. And so we should probably add some padding to our container element here, just like we did actually right here in the hero, right? So there we added 3.2 pixels, or rem actually. So here, and so let's do the exact same thing here. Okay. So yeah, right here. And by doing this, we will basically subtract 32 pixels from both sides of our content. And so in the end, we will actually end up with something very similar of these 1140 pixels of width for the content. So that's because of the box model. So let me show you what I mean here. So yeah, so this is what I said. So we defined this box to be 1200 pixels wide, but then as I just mentioned, we basically subtract 32 pixels on both sides, and then we end up with these 1136, which is almost those 1140 pixels. Okay, and so now when we do this, then the content is no longer glued to the sides. Okay. However, usually when we have a background color on the section, we do want the background color to extend all the way to the sides, right? So exactly what we had also up here, right? And when I say background color, then the same might also be true for some kind of background image, right? And so what we need to do is to actually not add all of this here to this element, so to the section itself, but instead wrap all of this into yet another div element. And so this is the one with all these classes. Right? So this one here is actually the container, the grid, and the grid with 2 columns. Well, now something is strange here. So let's inspect this. Oh, of course, it's because these selectors that we did here with the nth child are no longer working as expected. Because now this one here is actually the first child of this section, right? So this one here is now applying to the entire box. But, well, that's not really a problem anyway. So let's just remove those styles, since we do no longer need them actually anyway. So we can maybe just leave this here. And so now we want the div that is a child of the div of the section how. So that will then select these 4 here. We just give them some other random background color. Well, maybe not orange. Yeah, just like this. Okay, and so now we can nicely see how the background color extends all the way from the right to the left side here, all while keeping this in a nice container that keeps being centered. Right? And then again, once the viewport shrinks, we then get this nice space right here. Okay, so that works beautifully. This one we no longer need. And, well, let's just keep them here for now, but we don't need them anymore as well. So deleting this style. And so these reusable classes, I will now put them up here. So in the reusables, and right at the very top, because we're going to use these ones all the time as we build the rest of the page. Okay, now just one more thing, which is that you might be wondering why we did not use this sort of container in our hero section. Because we actually did something a bit similar. So we have the section here, and then in there we have a container, which is a grid with 2 columns. So in this case, that is called hero, but it is very similar if we take a look at it. So yeah, right here. It has the margin, it has also the padding, and we also declare it as a grid with 2 columns, right? However, the big difference here is that the hero has a larger width. So the container that we defined has 120 rem, so 1200 pixels, and this one has 130 rem, so 1300 pixels, which means that it is 100 pixels wider. And of course, it wouldn't have to be like this. So we could have done the exact same width, but actually I like it visually better when the hero section is a little bit wider than the rest of the content. So let's check that out. And now it's not really so visible anymore because we took away the background colors, but you can still see that the container now starts here, but the hero section starts a little bit more here on the left, right? And so again, that's because this section is wider, right? So if it had the same width, and we can simply do that here, then of course, it would be nicely aligned with this one, right? So now this container starts here, as we can see by hovering over it, right? And then the other container now starts at the exact same thing. And again, that's because it has the same width. All right. But then this hero image here shrinks a little bit because as it has less space, of course, it needs to become smaller. And so I personally like it when this is bigger. Also here we now moved to 4 lines for this content, which of course we could fix by make the text smaller. But yeah, I think that especially on bigger screens, it looks better when this, when this hero section is a little bit bigger. So I can just increase this, and then you can see that this image here gets a lot bigger, and we get more space here as this increases. So 130, and yeah, I think that looks better. But of course, if later you build your own layouts and your own hero sections, and you have a different type of content, maybe you're building one of the headers that we built in the previous section, which simply had a background image and then some content, then of course it might be perfectly fine to simply have the same width on the entire page. And then you could reuse that container element also for this situation here. Okay, so I hope that made sense. And it is the reason why basically we built a special section, so a special container here just for this section alone. So the hero is many times a little bit different and a bit special, and so it's not a big deal to here not have the reusable code. But then from now on we will use this grid that we just set up in all the sections that follow. Okay, so I hope that made sense to you and that you understand the logic behind basically dividing the functionality into these different classes. So container, grid, and this one here, and that you can incorporate this technique into your own coding in the future. And now what we're going to do next is to start building this how it works section. So stay tuned for that one. Let's now start building the how it works section. And so here we are going to build something similar to what I drawed in this sketch here. So yet another one of these beautiful sketches here that I have. And you see that we have something like a Z pattern here. So similar to that example that is here on the bottom right. Now here, each of the rows of this Z pattern will be for one of the steps of how Omnifood works. Okay, so with those big numbers, a bit similar to that very first design that I have here at the very top. So we're gonna have those big numbers, then something like a smaller heading, and then some description of the step itself. And then on the side of that, there's going to be one of the 3 application screens that we got from Omnifood. And above all that, I also want to add a headline, something like this other small design example that I have here. So where we have this big headline, which is a bit informative about what this section is all about. And then above that, in this small in color text, there is a very direct description of the section. So basically naming the section. And so as I mentioned before, this is a very nice pattern that I have been seeing. And so I would like to use that now right here. Okay, so I hope this looks like fun. And so let's now get started with this. And actually in the last lecture, we already created the section here. And of course, also these container and grid classes. But let's remove all of this and start over with a blank section. And so now let's add our first container element here for the section heading. So I'm going to give it the class of container because of course we're going to want to have these headings centered on the page. And here it's now time to use the h2 element. So after the h1 that we had here, so right here, this is the primary heading with the h1. And so remember, there should only be one h1 per page. And so now in each of the sections, we're going to use the h2. And again, I'm giving each of the headings a class name so that I can select everything using classes. And so this is a heading secondary. Okay. And I think here we actually do have the heading. So that's this one, your daily dose of health in 3 simple steps. So this is quite a descriptive heading of this section. But remember that now, before that, we also want to add basically the name of the section to make it a little bit easier for the eye to scan quickly the page in case we don't have the time to read this big heading here. Then we can simply read how it works, and then immediately it becomes clear what this section is all about. Now here you might think that we could use like an H3 element, for example, because this one is simply smaller than the H2, and so H3 might look like a good choice. But actually it is not a good choice, because if this was an H3 here, this would actually not be a heading of any new part inside of this section. So basically this H3, the goal of it is to describe what this H2 is all about. So basically naming it in a way, right? And so I believe that here using a heading like this, so an element which has the semantic meaning of a heading, is not the right choice. So we can of course use H3 in this section here, but it should then actually describe some new part of the section. Okay, and we will in fact use an H3 in a minute, and then it will make a bit more sense. So here we should just use something generic like a paragraph or maybe even a span. So remember, span is like a generic text element, and so let's use that here. And let's call it a subheading. So not heating. That's right. And so here we write how it works. Okay. All right. And now let's actually add our Z pattern. So basically all those elements which have the text and the images. So basically the content that we want for this section. Now where should we put all that? Should we put it also inside of this container right here? Well, not really, right? Because for the layout of that component, so of that Z pattern, we will probably need our grid, right? And so we do not want that grid here. Here we only want these headings. And so we can simply create a new div element and also call it a container. That is no problem at all. Okay. Now we could also, of course, have created simply a new div in here, like this, and then call that one a grid. So that would have worked as well, but I think it's cleaner to just keep adding new containers like this. Then these pieces are a bit more self-contained, right? So we have just one container for the headings, and then we can actually nicely copy that here from one section to the next one without worrying what comes next. All right, so then here we have our container, and this is probably where the grid will be. But for now, let's not worry about the visual part here and only about the content. So if you remember the sketch that I showed you in the beginning of this lecture, you will remember that there was like a box on the left side with some text content, and then on the right side, the image, right? And so let's now create boxes for those two. So let's call this a step text box. And then the other one will be a text box for the image. Let's actually put that right here immediately. So step image box. And since we're here, and since this one is very easy, let's immediately put the image right here. And so it is inside the app folder. And then, of course, we're starting with the app screen number 1. Then let's give it a class of step image, which is why the parent element is called the step image box. And so then, of course, we need the alt text. Never forget that. And here, this is actually on an iPhone. So I'm calling it iPhone app preferences selection screen. Giving it a save. That's not correct. And let's just quickly take a look at the image just so the description makes more sense. And so, yeah, this is like a screen where the user can select their preferences. And so that's why that's the description that I gave it here. Okay. And now here, as for the text content, remember we want the number of the step. Then we want like a heading, a smaller one. and then some text description after that. So let's use a P here for each of them. So here, let's call it the step number, and it starts with 0, 1, of course. And now it's actually time for that H3 that I mentioned before. And first of all, let's get our content here. So we have these 3 blocks, and this one is the first one. Let's get that, and let's just paste that in here for now. Okay. So we have all of this here, and it's kind of separated here with this colon. So this here is probably the right text for the heading, and this then for kind of the description of this step. Okay. Well, actually, it shouldn't be here. It doesn't make any sense. It should be here indeed. And now I'm just cutting this part here, and I'm going to put it inside an H3. And again, I'm assuming that this one here might be reused across the page. And so I'm giving it a more general name, and I'm not going to call it like step heading or something. Okay. So I'm calling it heading tertiary now, because it might be reused somewhere else. And so on headings, that happens all the time, and therefore they are a nice candidate of giving them like a general name like this. Okay. And now let's just add a paragraph again for the description of the step here. So step description. Okay. Just removing these colons here. And there we go. So as I was saying before, now here it actually makes sense to use an H3, because this kind of introduces a new part inside of this section, which is this piece of content that comes after it. So here it does make sense to use an H3, while here it really didn't make a lot of sense. So that's why we went with this generic span here. Okay, now let's just take a quick look here, and well, there we go. So the image, as always, is very large, and they are of course not side by side yet. But of course we want them side by side, and so let's now use our grid class. So let's go up here. And so the container, we already have it right here. And then let's add the grid. And just like this, we easily transformed this into a grid container, which has this gap here. So all without writing any new additional CSS. And then of course, this one is the one with 2 columns. Okay. Now this gap here is just temporary. It might not be the one that we use in the end. So we're probably going to change that later. And here, quickly getting rid of this background color. Okay, nice. And now this image, as always, is way too big. So let's make it flexible by saying that it should occupy only basically 100% of the available parent. So images are always one of the first things that we have to style, because as I mentioned, they do not automatically scale up or down like text. So let's just say with 100%, or let's even go for 50% for now, because 100% also seems kind of large. And so with this we are safe, at least for now. So we're just experimenting here anyway for now. And so yeah, that looks better. Can of course inspect this very quickly. And indeed, now each of the 2 columns are the same size, as we can see here. And yeah, the image occupies exactly half, so 50% of the parent container, which of course is this step image box here. Okay, but for now, let's not worry too much about the visual style, and instead, let's keep adding our next step here. Okay. Now, before going back, remember that now we want it the opposite way. So here we have the text on the left side, the image on the right. But since we're building a Z pattern, which remember is quite popular on startup sites like this one, then we will now have the image on the left side and the text on the right. And so what that means is that the next element in the grid will be, again, an image, right? So it's the opposite now. So yeah, here we had first the step text box and then the step image box, but now we will have the step image box first. And here I forgot to close this. Now that's better, but still Google Chrome managed to fix the code, because you see that actually it looked the same before, so it looked correct before. And so that's because browsers are actually very forgiving with our errors in the HTML. They will still try to understand it and then fix these errors internally. But anyway, let's now go to step 2, and let me actually add some comments here. So right in the HTML, and remember we can hit Command/ for that, or Control/ on Windows. So here that's step 01, just so we don't get confused as the code gets longer and longer. So step 2, and eventually we're gonna have a step 3. And why not copy this here immediately? So 2 and 3. But of course, we now need different descriptions. So now we need to describe this one here. So it's still an iPhone app. Let's call it the meal approving plan, because, well, that's what this one here is all about, basically. So there's one of these meals here per day, and then the user can approve it or not. And then the app screen number 3 is basically for the delivery, right? So let's call that iPhone app delivery screen, and here screen as well. Okay, and now let's get the step text box here. But remember that here in step number 2, it should appear after the image, so that it's on the right side then, while here in step number 3, we are building the Z pattern, and so it is now back to the beginning. Okay, and now just replacing the content here, 02, triple clicking here and putting it here. And this of course belongs again in the H3. And then finally, step number 3. So creating the HTML is always some copy pasting. That's just completely normal. So just as I'm doing here. Okay, here we need to use step 03, but now we should be good. And indeed, we now have a nice Z pattern. So beautiful, well, except for, of course, the text formatting and the size of these images, but the content itself is already arranged in the right way. So the layout is already working thanks to our reusable grid. And yeah, so now let's take care, I would say, of styling first this heading and this subheading right here. So that's the heading tertiary. Oh, actually no, it's the heading secondary and the subheading. And so these are going to be reusable. So let's put them up here. So close to the other heading. And well, since we're building another heading here, we can use some of the same design elements as here. So we might use the same color, the same font weight, and maybe also the same letter spacing here in the heading secondary. And so we should probably not just copy them here, right? That would not make a lot of sense. So instead, we can create a list of selectors for the heading primary and the heading secondary, and then simply add the styles that are common to them right here. So moving down so that we can select all three of them at the same time, and then move them all up here. And so now immediately with this, the heading secondary also has this color, this font weight, and also the decreased letter spacing. Now, of course, the font size should be smaller. So let's go maybe one step down from 52 to 44. So that's exactly why we have this system. Otherwise, now we would have to think about this font size. So should we use 40 pixels or 45 or 35? But no, we don't have to think. We just choose this value and then we just check out if it looks nice or not. And let's actually do that right now. And yeah, I think that is not too big. The color is also good. We just didn't define any line height because it is just one line, at least in this width. Because imagine that the page gets small. Well, then the line height is not so well defined. So let's give it some line height here. And since the text is still quite large, let's go with 1.2 here. And that didn't look as if it changed a lot, but yeah, still that looks good. So let's keep it this way. And yeah, about the color here, I just chose it at the beginning of this section here. It seemed kind of randomly, right? Just this 333. So I told you back then that I simply like to use these gray colors, which all have the same number. So we used 333 for basically the darker text, and then 555 for the lighter text. But of course, we could also have, for example, used a shadow or actually a shade. So for example, instead of using like 333, we could have used this value here. So just to illustrate that, let me actually do that here. So I'm just declaring it after this one, so it will then override it. So no need to replace that one. And so you see that this still looks quite decent. Maybe it's a bit too dark. Let's go with this one. And I'm not going to keep this anyway, but just to show you that this actually does look quite good as well. And it nicely integrates actually with the rest of the colors, like with this orange color. And that makes sense because, well, that was actually the starting point of creating this color in the first place. Now, the reason why I'm not using this color here for our design and a similar one for the rest of the text is because that will kind of move us away a little bit from the typical look of the startup website personality, which uses more of the gray color than really these like earthy looking colors. So colors like brown and things like that. So here we are going more for a little bit more traditional gray, I would say. And so that's why I simply went with a regular gray instead of using a shade. Also, instead of using a shade, we could of course also use the color from Open Color here. For example, this one here. So this is actually quite similar to 333. And so, yeah, why not try that out as well? I will actually keep this here just as a comment, like as a reference that you could have used that one. Okay. And so this looks decent as well. However, these gray colors here, they have a little bit of a blue touch. So if you look closely, they are gray, but they are pushed a little bit into the blue direction. So I think that doesn't really fit our background color here. And of course, our primary color as well. And so that's the reason why I went against that. So just trying to give you some more insights into the design choices here. Right. And so again, for a startup personality, I think one of these neutral grays that is really a true gray works just fine. Okay. But anyway, now about the subheading. First of all, let's actually make it a block, because remember that we used a span. And a span is an inline element, and so we need to make it a block before doing anything else. Then let's give it a font size, and let's just start at 20 pixels. We can always tone it down a little bit then. And the font weight, of course, needs to be a bit smaller now. So not 700, maybe 500. So slightly above the regular. So medium, I think I called that. And now here, remember, we want our primary color. So that's, it's already here. So that's this one. But actually, we should not use this one, because remember that there is some issues with using these colors on, and let me show it to you. So remember using this orange color on this background color right here. So the color contrast ratio was not perfect for that. And so I will actually use this orange color for the subheadings as well. Now in this case, of course, it is on the regular white background, so it might be okay, but probably at some later point, it will not. And so let's give it, again, this darker orange color. And just by the way, I'm noticing here that the text is way too big. So let's put it a little bit down. So maybe 1.6. And here I'm going for that darker tone now. Okay, let's now also make it uppercase. So text transform uppercase, and also some margin to the bottom of 1.6 rem. And by the way, maybe you've been noticing something that I have been doing for some time actually, which is to write these property names here in VS Code simply like this. So without any hyphen, for example, and simply keep writing. And so that works because VS Code will still recognize what I want when I then use the autocomplete with enter like this, right? And I can even like do it just with the first few words, and then I can start writing the BO for bottom, and then still VS Code will recognize it. And I also do it for stuff like background color. So I can immediately start writing the color, and then immediately it will give me the property that I'm looking for. Right? So that's just another nice trick of VS Code. And yeah, here we're just missing some big spacing below this heading. And also we can give this one here an additional touch by adding some space between the letters. So when the text is really small in uppercase, it looks nicer, like it gives it some space to breathe if we add some letter spacing there. So I believe that will look really nice. So letter spacing like 0.75 pixels. And of course, you can experiment around with this as you like. And actually, this is already the second time we have used some letter spacing. So let's add that here to our design decisions, basically. So we have used this one and also minus 0.5 pixels before. And we have also already used a 1.2 at some point. So let's call this medium, for example. The name doesn't really matter. It's just so we keep on keeping track, basically, of our design decisions. Okay, now just here, let's add some big space to the bottom here. So again, using that trick of simply starting to write the second part of the property name. And here again, let's actually go for 9.6 rem. Okay, you might think that this maybe looks a bit too much because that is also the padding of the section itself. but it will not be. Let me explain you why. And so the reason is because, as I said, we have 9.6 RAM, so 96 pixels here, so between the beginning of the section and the beginning of the content, but we also have 96 pixels here. So this one is also plus another 96 pixels. And so here we have like 192 pixels, I think, between all of this. And so having then 92 pixels here should be then good again. So basically to have this part here, so this heading, stand out nicely from the content that comes next. And that will of course be way better visible once we actually style all of this here. But let's leave that to the next lecture actually. So hopefully I see you there soon. All right, let's now keep on working on our how it works section. And we're gonna start with these three text elements right here. All right, so that is the step number and the heading here and the step description. So let's go down here. And starting with this one. So if you remember the design example that we started with here, remember that this text was really large. So let's select a huge font size here. So like 86 or 98. So I'm gonna start with 98 here, maybe even. So 9.8 RAM. Let's also make it quite bold. But since the text is so huge, let's not go with 700, but with 600 maybe. And now the color. And here again, just like the design example I showed you, we want a very light color. So a very light gray. And so let's again go with that approach of using gray colors that are like this. So with these three values here all the same, instead of using some other gray color from some other color system. Okay? And let me show you how I come up with a color like this. So here we want it very light. And so we know that the lightest one is basically white. So that's FFF, right? And going down from FFF a little bit darker is then EEE. Okay? The next one would be CCC, BBB, AAA, and then 99, and then 8765, all the way to 0, which is complete black, right? So let's just try this, even though it's probably going to be way too light. And indeed, it is a little bit too light here. Right, probably even a bit too big, maybe. So let's make it a bit darker and take it down one step here. So that's putting it at 8.6 RAM. And then here the next one is DDD. Let's try that. And that does look better, I think. So of course, in terms of accessibility, the contrast ratio here is very, very low. And so it will not pass that. However, as hopefully you heard at some point, rules are meant to be broken, right? So in this case, we're giving priority here really to the visual style, which is in fact not very, very important. I mean, the content here of 01 is not crucial for the user to understand this design. And so many designers use some situations in which they do break these rules. So we didn't break it, for example, here. So I was very careful making the text here accessible and here as well, because this piece of content I think is actually quite important and I want everyone to understand it. But well, here I think we can break that rule. And of course, this is all a bit subjective and you might not want to break any rules at all. And so then you would have to go with a lot of a darker color here. But then it doesn't look visually so nice. So that's why I went with this one here, because I really liked that design example that I saw and that I showed you, right? Okay, So we just need some spacing here probably, and then let's start working on this tertiary heading. So margin to the bottom, let's say 12, because there was already some spacing there, which always comes from the line height. And when the text is so big, then there's already a lot of basically default spacing after the text. So that looks good. And now we have the heading tertiary. And so this file is growing a lot, actually, and I'm a bit tired of having to scroll up and down here. And so what I will do now, and what I many times do, is to split it up into 2 files. So that is, of course, perfectly fine. It's something that we didn't do yet, but it's no problem to split our own CSS code into 1 or multiple files. So here inside of the CSS folder, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it the general.css. Okay, and so I will put all of this general code here, the one that we reuse all the time, and that includes this design information here. So I will put all that here in general. Okay, and then the rest simply stays in the style file. Then, of course, we also need to include that here, right? Otherwise, nothing works. So here we want a style sheet again. And now, or general. Oh, and of course, I need to close that. And now it's fixed. And let's see if it looks the same, and it does. So we're still good here. Spacing also looks okay. And so let's now style that tertiary heading that we just added here. And once again, let's go with the same font weight, color, and letter spacing. And so I'm also adding that to the list here. And then let's give it another font size. So 1 step down maybe. So from 4.4, let's go to 36 or maybe 30. So we'll see that in a minute, what works best. So 3.6 rem. And let's also give it that line height of 1.2. And let's immediately add some margin to the bottom here of 3.2 rem. And of course, in the real world, you would have to experiment around with this a lot, but here we cannot take that much time. And so I will just use these values here as I think they make more sense and not always scroll up and down here in our file. Well, let's actually first style the paragraph as well, so that we can see if the visual hierarchy that we're building here makes sense. So this one is now again specific to this section, and so it goes into the style.css file. So let's start with maybe 2 rem, but that's maybe a bit too much. And then I will also use the same line height of 1.8. So what I have here is basically the same text as we have in the paragraph, right in the hero. Or actually here we have 1.6 somehow. And still the font size of 2. But let's try 1.8. And, well, the text is way too large, actually. So let's tone that down. And also the image, like it occupies almost the entire viewport here, right? So let's take it all down a notch here, and the image as well. So it's now 50, let's make it like 30%. And here, going down to 1.8 rem. And also this one going down to 3.0. So let's check that out. And that does look a bit better, right? Also, the spacing of 1.8 looks good. I think 1.6 would be a little bit too little. And now just this image here is a little bit too small, I would say. Also, we want it to be centered. So let's actually do that first. So basically, let me inspect this here. So inside of this step image box, we want the image to be centered vertically and horizontally. Well, right now, vertically, it's not necessary because the content is large enough, or actually it's not large enough. So if this was a big text here, let me just, so we can actually do that here in the inspector. So I'm just copy and pasting this a couple of times here just to show you. And so now, of course, we would need to center it both vertically and horizontally, right? And so let's start by doing that now. And so this image is right now inside of this step image box, right? We haven't selected that yet. So let's put that here before this image. And so to easily center the image inside that, we simply use Flexbox. So just as we have been doing all along, we use align items center and justify content center as well. Nice. And so now it is, well, yeah, I think it is centered both horizontally and vertically. Yeah, as you see. So this is without the vertical centering, and then the image would actually stretch from top to bottom. And do you remember why that is? Well, it's because on flex items, by default, they are set to align items stretch, right? So if we turned that off completely, then of course it would be no longer stretched. So then of course it would not be vertically nor horizontally aligned. But like this, it is correct. It is still a bit too small, I think. So let's actually reload so that the text goes back to normal. Okay, and let's increase this a little bit here, just so we can see it. So 35, which is like a middle ground between 30 and 40. And 40 looks way too much. I think that's the one we tried before. So 30 was too little, so let's keep it here at 35. Okay. Now, I think there's still too much space here between this image and this text. So let's inspect this here. And the reason is that this grid here has a huge gap. So it has, I believe, 9.6 rem vertically and horizontally. And horizontally, I think it makes sense because we have been using this 9.6 here all the time. So it's also the margin here between this heading and the start of this content. And it's also what we have here at the beginning and the end of each section, right? So for the row, again, I think it makes sense, but not for the column. That's just a bit too much. Especially imagine if we had 4 columns side by side, then this huge gap would take away a lot of the space. So let's fix the image here, set it to 35% of width, and then let's fix this gap here and make it a lot smaller. So 35, and then our grid is of course in the general CSS. So we want this to be the row gap. So keeping that for the row, but then for the column gap, let's set it to 6.4, which I think is 2 steps down from what we had before. Okay. And well, that didn't change a whole lot, it looks like. At least I don't remember what it looked like before. Well, we can try putting it back here. And yeah, I think some text here now shifted down, actually. But anyway, yeah, this will be important also later on for the other sections when we have more than just 2 columns. All right. Now here actually the content is smaller than this one here. So basically here in step 2, this has this size, but here we finish here like too soon. And I think the same will happen here, right? And so what this means is that we want to vertically align this element right here. So how can we do that? Well, there are multiple ways. So the first one would to also make this element here a flex container, just like we did here to vertically align the images, right? So vertically and horizontally aligned in the case of the images, but here we just want it vertically. So again, we could use a flex container, but here we actually have multiple elements, and we would then have to change the flex direction so that they are back to being like vertically stacked like we want them to be. And then we would have to justify content, center them. So that seems like a bit too much work here in this case. So the next option would be to select the step text box here. And then, since they are grid items, we could set align self to center, I think. And so let's actually do that. So this is the one that we will choose, but there would be another one. So we could also simply set on the entire grid container here the align items property to center as well. So this is what I mean. Let me show it to you here in the inspector. So align items set to center. And so, as I just said, that would then immediately fix that, right? If you look at that one here, it is now vertically centered, and the same down here, right? So we could do this, or again, we could also select all of these elements here. So like this one here, and then align them individually to the center by using align self. So you can do whichever you prefer, but well, I thought I would do this one, but actually I prefer to set it on the parent element. So setting align items to center on the grid itself. So let's do that. So back here on the grid, but where do you think I should put that? I should not just put it here, right? So align items set to center. So that would work. So even after reloading here, now everything is nicely and vertically centered, right? But this is not the way to go, because again, this grid is supposed to be reusable, right? And we might not want this setting in future grids. So for example, in the next section, we will create some cards, and then on the side of that, we will have that list of diets. Remember that? And so those, we will not want them vertically aligned in the center. Therefore, then we could not use this grid, which of course we want to use. So the solution to do that is to basically create yet another class which will act like basically yet another grid setting. So these can be seen as grid settings as well. So adding some stuff to the grid. And so we can do the same for things like this alignment. So I'm calling it grid and then center vertically. And so I just take that from here, paste it here, and then we can simply add this class to this grid. Okay. And if this seems too confusing for you, of course, all of this would not be strictly necessary. So you could just create one grid for each of the grids that you want on your page. So without having these reusable grids, right? That would be perfectly possible. But for a scalable page and to make our code a bit cleaner, I'm showing you this technique because I think it is a lot more valuable. Okay, but anyway, now you see that it still works. And so seeing again in the inspector on our grid, so the parent grid container, now we have all these settings here. So we have it display as a grid, we have all these gaps, then we have it with these two columns, and we have align items to center. Okay, and with this, we could now actually say that we finished this section, right? So it looks quite nice, but I still have this issue that there is way too much spacing here. So right here. And if you ask me, it doesn't look so interesting visually as well. So again, we could just declare this design as finished, but instead, what I'm gonna do is to add like a circle here to the background, so behind basically this screen here. And this will make more sense once I actually show it to you. And I think the circle will look quite nice because there are actually quite some circles already. So here in this design itself, there are circles here anywhere. And also in the logo type, we have actually these two circles. So the circle is kind of like a brand element itself, if you want. We have some circles here as well. And so I think this might look quite nice. So adding a circle basically means to add a new element. And so let's do that. But we do not want to do that in the HTML, right? So we do not want to come here and inside of the hero image box add like some new div and then call it circle. So we do not want to pollute our HTML with those visual things. And so instead, we're going to once again use a pseudo element. Remember that? Well, a pseudo element like after or before basically insert a child element into the parent. So in this case, this hero image box, and we can then use that element as if it was in the HTML. So even though it is not really. Okay. Now this pseudo element needs to be added to this div element here. So this one here, because we cannot add it to images. Okay. So the before and after pseudo elements cannot be added to images because, well, in the HTML themselves, we are not allowed to add child elements to images, right? So we will simply add it here. So let's use the before one. And remember, to make it actually appear on the page, we need to give it some content. And it doesn't matter what, it can even be empty, but it needs to have some. Then usually we can set this to a block element, especially if we simply want to make it into a shape, which is basically what we want to do. Now let's give it some width here as well, because just as the image, we also want this one here to be flexible. So that's why we are going to use percentages here as well. So let's go with 60%, since the image is 35. And so this is significantly more than that. And then let's set the height also to 60%. And this is just to show you that actually it will not work as expected. But still, I'm going to do it. Okay, because this is actually important to understand. Okay, now let's just give it some background color. And I will use this very light one. So the lightest, basically white or, well, yellow that we have on the page. Okay, so this will not look really good yet, but let's just see what we have. Well, actually it's not really there at all. So let's inspect what's going on here. Ah, here it is. So it does have some width, but apparently no height. Right, so let's give it some height manually here, like 100 pixels. And now you see it. Right, so if we cannot use 60% here in order to make it basically a square, and we need it to be a square so that we can then make it a circle, we need to find another way of defining the height. And so let me show you a nice hack that we can use. So this is like a trick that goes around this thing of this not working. So let me comment this out. And now let me show you that trick. So what we can do basically to give it the same height of 60% is to add a padding to the bottom. So padding bottom, and now here we can define it as 60%. And this works because even the padding to the bottom is actually defined on the width of the element. Okay, so again, these 60% here are actually 60% of the parent element's width. All right, so basically exactly like this. And this is very important to understand. So let me show it. So let me actually write that here. 60% of parent's width. And that, again, is true even when we add that to the bottom here. And so this will now basically create an element with an intrinsic height of 0, but then with a padding of 60%, which will then make it square. Right? So again, the height is basically 0, but then since we're adding all that padding here to the bottom, it will appear as if it was a square. Right? And so that is a very nice trick. Great. So we're going to make it a square. So it's here now and it's here and on all of them. But as you see, it is now kind of pushing this one here to the side because of course it needs to occupy this space here. Right? Now in order to basically take it out of the flow here and also to position it nicely like behind this image, we can simply position it absolutely. And so let's do that. And so this technique is basically exactly the same that we used before, for example, in our very first project to mark, I think, a blog post as a top post, right? I think that's what we did back then. And yeah, so this is the exact same technique. So position absolute. And remember that in order for this to work, we need to actually make the parent element in relation to which we want this one to be positioned. We need to make it position relative. Right? So we can start here with top 50% and left 50%, because remember, we want it centered, right? But you know already that this is not going to work, right? So it puts it here, where basically this corner is now at the very center, right? And so remember that technique that I showed you in the last section, which is to use the transform property with the function of translate. So translate will basically shift the element, in this case 50% of its same width and of its own height. So 50% and actually minus, and then also minus 50% to pull it back up exactly by half of its own height. Okay, so let's check that out. And indeed, there it is. So it is nicely centered, and this time not using flexbox, but instead using absolute positioning. And we didn't use flexbox here, well, because we basically want this element here to occupy the exact same space as the image, right? And so here, flexbox was not the right way to go, while with the image, it was. Okay, now let's just make it round, but of course you're still wondering, why is that square actually on top of the image? And so let's fix that as a next step. For now, let's actually put that below here, just so we keep the context of this comment here. Right, so now it's nicely this circle, but now we basically need to put it behind this image. So this one here has been positioned on top of the image, and that is not what we want. But fortunately for us, using CSS, we can fix that, because there is this very handy property called z-index. Now, z-index can be a little bit tricky to work with, because there are many particularities to it, and the way it works is quite confusing, actually. But when it does work, then basically elements that have a higher value of z-index will appear first. So will appear on top, right? So what we're going to do here is to simply reduce the value here. So instead of adding a positive value to the image, we will simply add a negative value here. And so that will then basically push it back in the order. So for example, we can use -1. And so now it's fixed. So now it's basically below the image. Now another way would have been to put the positive z-index here, but that might not work for some reason. Let's just say 10, for example. And so actually this also worked in this case, but I'm still doing it like this as we did before for something that I will explain next. Okay, so this looks quite nice already, but we can still do better, which is to add another circle here. So this is just one circle. It looks a little bit boring. So it has the same background color as this one and still not really interesting. And so I will add another a bit smaller circle right here like this. Okay. So this is something that, again, I saw somewhere on some other site when I was looking for inspiration. And so basically I'm stealing like an artist here once again. Okay. So I didn't come up with this on my own once more. I just saw this in some other website, which I do not remember, unfortunately. So I cannot show it to you. Okay. So what we're going to do is to add another pseudo element, but we cannot use before again. So we can only use before once. But fortunately for us, there is also after, which basically does the exact same thing. So we can just do step image box and then after. Now many of the things here will be exactly the same, except here for the width and the background color. And so let's basically export all of this here into, again, a list of these two, and then have the styles that are unique simply in each of these CSS rules. So before and after will be, well, I'm just going to cut everything except this. Okay. So both of them will have this, and actually the z-index also must be unique, as we will see in a minute. Okay. And now let's make this here slightly smaller, as I was saying. So a width, let's say 50% here. And then using that trick that we used before, making that one also 50%. And then the background color. And here I want it to be slightly darker. So let's go here to our tint generator. And so this is the one we have been using. And I'm now simply going to go with the next one. So copying it. And I'm also putting it right here into the general file immediately. So now we have multiple. Let's put this here down. Okay. And you can see here also that it is a little bit darker. But it does make a lot of difference when used in background colors. Okay. Let's see. So this should already be on the page now. And yeah, there we go. I think it's a bit too big, and it is also on top of the image once again. So let's make it smaller, as I was saying, 45 maybe. And then the z-index, let's also put it to -1. And this one we actually want to be at the top of this one. So the smaller one on top of the bigger one. So let's make this one -2. And yeah, there we go. This is the effect I was looking for. And just by adding this small thing here on the side makes it look a lot more interesting and a lot nicer, I think. Yeah, I think this actually finishes this part. So this section, Let's check it out from the beginning. But I think everything is nice and beautiful. So I had a lot of fun designing this section, and the result, I think, is really, really nice. So hopefully you think the same, and you still learned a lot of stuff here along the way. So you learned how to use the after and before pseudo elements to create a nice design like this. You also learned about the z-index property, which is quite important. And as I mentioned, it's not always super easy to use, and usually you will have to experiment a lot in order to make it work the way you intend. Then we also went back to using again this technique here. So this centering technique using absolute positioning and then top, left, and transform. So this is a really important one, and that's why I mentioned before that you really should make sure that you know it before moving on. So it was great that we had another opportunity to practice here. Now, okay, and with this we finished the section and are now hopefully ready to go straight to the next one. Welcome back, and let's keep working on our beautiful Omnifood project. And if you remember correctly, we actually did skip one section, which is the featured in section. So I first wanted to show you some stuff in the how it works section, and so that's why we skipped the featured in one. But now let's go back a step and work on that one. And so here, what I want to do is basically exactly what is here in this design example. So just without the text that is there in the bottom, because we don't have that. But still, what I want to do is to have these logos there, all basically with the same height, and then some featured in text on top of all that. So that shouldn't be all too hard, right? And so let's get started. So let's add that right here before, well, actually after the section hero. So here between the hero and the how it works section, we will add the section that I'm going to call section featured. Okay. And once again, we're going to want this content to be centered in the viewport. And so for that, we have a nice container already created. So remember that this container gives our element basically a fixed width of 1200 pixels. It also gives it that nice padding at both sides and makes it also centered in the viewport. Okay, and so now let's fill it in with first the heading and then also the 5 logos there side by side. Now for the heading here, I will actually use again an H2 element. So H2, and you might be surprised by that because this H2 element will look completely different than all the secondary headings that we have on the rest of the page. Because here we don't want a huge title, but instead, just like in that example that I just showed you, we just want like this very small gray text, just basically introducing this section and saying that well, basically Omnifood has been featured in these 5 publications. Right. So again, you might be surprised why I'm using the H2 here, but the reason is very simple, because this is yet another section, and this heading is the main heading of that section. And so it should be a secondary heading. So we have an H1 in the very beginning, and then in each section we want an H2. So even if it looks very different from the secondary heading, the meaning should still be the same. Okay, so of course I will not call it here a heading secondary, so I'm not going to reuse that style. So instead I'm going to call it heading featured in. Okay, so as featured in. Okay, then here I'm adding like a container element for the 5 logos. And I'm gonna call it logos. And then here finally we have the 5 logo images. So that's again in IMG. And then here is in logos. And then let me start with TechCrunch here. So TechCrunch logo for the alt text. Okay. And now I will again use that shortcut of Option or Alt Shift down just to copy it 5 times. So next, let's use a Business Insider. Then the New York Times. So I actually experimented here around a little bit before to find what looks best here. So the best combination or the best order of these icons or these logos. Now that doesn't really matter here, but well, I'm a bit of a perfectionist. And finally, the USA Today. Okay, and if we take a look now, then that will look pretty terrible. Yep, just like expected, because these logos are all huge and they have all these different colors. But never mind, we can style all of that easily as always. And let's start at the top. So with the featured in heading. And doing that, of course, before the how it works section here. Let me copy this one here again to also create a nice visual section here in our CSS file. Okay, the font size, let's make it quite small really, because we will actually make it uppercase. So just like these subheadings, like we had in the previous section, I also want to make this one uppercase, just to make it consistent with that. And also for consistency, I will add the same letter spacing of 0.75 pixel. Remember that. And also the font weight of 500. So I think that's also what we have in the subheading. Let's just check that out. And indeed, here it is. We're just making this one even a bit smaller. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's already looking good. Let's just center it. And then we will also adjust the color a little bit. But let's do that actually after fixing the logos so that we can find a nice gray color that combines well with the logos. So text align center. And since we're here, let's give it some margin to the bottom of 24 pixels. Okay. And we should also add some padding to the entire section actually. So padding and top and bottom, and I will go a lot less than 4.8 rem or 4.6, which is what we usually had. So I will just use half here for now. So this is a very small section, and so we don't need all of that padding. Okay. So this looks quite okay. But of course, now let's make the icon smaller or the logo smaller and also put them side by side. So logos is the class name of the container. And once again, to put them side by side, I will make this a flex container. Okay. Now you might say here, these images are already inline or inline block elements. So they will automatically be side by side, won't they? And there you actually have a point. But if I don't use Flexbox, then it will be a little bit harder to space them. All right. And so even with images, I always like to use Flexbox. Okay. Now here I'm going to use justify content, but let's actually do that later, because for now I want to make the logos themselves smaller. So notice how I didn't add a class to each of them. So I'm just selecting them here with the descendant selector. So let's give them a height of 32 pixels, which is one of our values. Or let's try 40 pixels for RAM. And yeah, for now that should be enough, just to see what happens. And that's way too big actually. Let's go one step down, actually to 3.2. Okay, and I'm using the height here to style them and not the width, because that looks a lot more natural. Well, there is still something wrong here. Let's see. So this is not even applying. Oh, it's called logos. So that is why. And that's better. So let's again try with 4, which is what I had before. But still, this is a bit too big. So let's leave it at 3.2 actually. Okay. And now here, as for the spacing, let's simply use Flexbox to automatically figure out the spacing for us. So justify content space between. Let's start with that one. And yeah, so here we go. So this looks already quite nice, doesn't it? However, actually, visually, I think that this content here, so these 5 logos, they should not be as wide as the rest of the content. So here they are perfectly aligned, and that is of course okay, but I want to show you another way. So here, instead of using space between, we can also use space around. So let me show you the difference. And so basically what it will do is that now half the space that is here between these two is now also here on the right side. And that becomes nicely visible like this. All right, so basically this space here is now both on the left and the right side. So it's here, and then imagine it's here. So it ends here, and then here starts another of those blocks, and yeah, all the way here to the end, where then again we have this small one. And I think that in this example, it actually looks a little bit nicer. So having it a bit more narrow. Then I think that the spacing here is a little bit too big. So let's fix that before we can then finally make these images here all like gray. Okay, so we don't want them colored like this, because this way they do take away a lot of the attention. And yeah, so we don't want that. So they should just take like a supporting role here on our page, but shouldn't be so attention grabbing. And also, it just makes the design look messy if there are so many colors around. So instead, we just want our design to be orange, then with all the variations of that orange, of course, but not with green and blue and another shade of blue and so on. Right? So, of course, we could go into some image manipulation program and make them all like gray. But that is not the point of this lecture, because we can actually do this in CSS with some tricks. So let me show you how, but first we're going to reduce that spacing there. So we have 4.8, which looks okay at the top, but at the bottom, let's take it down a notch, and then 0 at the other side. And now here, let's talk about making these images gray. So on images, we have a new property that we have never seen before, which is called filter. And with filter, you can do all kinds of stuff. So if you take a look at the list that VS Code suggests to you here, then the main one that might come here to your attention is grayscale. So let's try that. And then here we need to define a value between 0 and 1, or between 0% and 100%. And I prefer somehow to use percentages. And so let's do this, and let's see the result. Okay, so that is indeed a lot better already, right? But still the images are not like completely gray. So here, for example, this part here is a lot lighter than this one, which is like almost black. Then here, this is also quite black, and the text here as well. But again, we don't want that. We just want everything to be gray. So just exactly like in the example that I showed you in the beginning of this lecture, right? So I will show you how in a second, but let's also play around a little bit with these, so with these filters, because they are quite fun. So for example, we can blur images with different pixel values, and as we increase them, the images get more and more blurred. So that can be fun. Then we also have things like U-rotate. So that will then like completely change the colors. But maybe more useful, we can have like change the saturation. So we can hypersaturate images like this if we want, right? But the real one that we're looking for is actually, in this example, it's brightness. So the brightness, here it's now like at 50%, but if we change it all the way to 0, then you see the images turn completely black. So now it is not like before, where one half of the logo has one color and the other one has another color. And the same here. So now everything is black. And so this, for now, is perfect. So let's actually use that here. So brightness, 0. So this will make the image black, right? But we want it gray. So we can use the opacity property. And I'm not sure if we talked about this one before, but basically it does exactly what the name says. So like 100% is no opacity at all, which makes the image just completely visible. So again, nothing changes now because it is at 100. But if we take it down, and I will use now Shift down to go in bigger steps, then you see it becomes all the way to completely invisible, right? And so this is now the trick to make it basically gray instead of black. So if we use like an opacity of 50%, I think this is a very nice gray color for us, right? So of course we could have used, I mean, not we could have, but we could use this on any other element. So not just on images, but here it's just another image. So making it also 50%, well, I don't know, opaque maybe, but yeah, giving it an opacity of 50% makes it basically look fade out a little bit. So that's 50% here. And again, here we could also use 0.5 instead of 50%. That works exactly the same way. Okay, so that's beautiful. And now just this text, which is a bit too dark. So let's fix that. So right here. And again, I'm going to go with one of these where all the three numbers are the same. And in this case, 999. And we could experiment with different ones, but I think that this one is the best. Right? Yeah. So this color is now quite similar to these ones. Well, maybe a bit darker would be better, like 888. So again, going down is going in the direction of black, because black is 0, 0, 0. And so if we increase the values, the color becomes darker. And yeah, that looks perfect to me. And again, the color contrast here is probably not perfect. So I don't think that this will pass, but this is another one of those cases where it is not 100% important. Okay, it is actually quite close. So if the text was large or bold, then it would be okay. And yeah, well, we can actually say that the text is bold, but it is very small. So we can say that it doesn't really pass. And so this is one more time where I'm actively breaking the rule here. But as I mentioned before, I don't think it's a big deal here because what matters are really the logos, right? And so now they are here, look very nicely, and still play just a supporting role. So without being too attention-grabbing, but still showing the user that Omnifood has been featured in these big publications like TechCrunch or the New York Times. And so immediately this company seems a lot more legit, right? Okay, but anyway, that's actually it for this small section. And so now let's move on to the next one, which is going to be after this one. So that will be our meal section. And that's yet another really exciting one because we will design some very, very nice looking cards there. And so hopefully I see you there as soon as possible. Hello there and welcome to the next Omnifood section, which is the section on the sample meals. And once more, I did a sketch for this section before actually building it and designing it as well. And so I want this section to look a little bit like this. So first, we are going to have two card components here and one for each of the meals that was provided to us in the initial content. So these meal cards are going to be a bit inspired by these two examples that are here on the right side. So basically having a photo or an image at the top, then the name of the meal, and then below that, there's going to be the data about the meal. And so for each of the data points, I also want to include an icon there. So this is going to be the first time we will use some icons in this project. And so that's going to be fun as well. And yeah, so we have here these two cards, as I just mentioned. And then besides that, we're going to include the list of diets that are compatible with the Omnifood application. So here, again, we're going to use our grid, and we will have 3 columns, just as we see here. Okay, so does that sound good? Well, then let's get started building this. And as always, let's start by adding a new section right after the previous one. So a new section element, and this one I'm going to call it the section meals. Okay, and then just like before, we also want that same subheading and also the heading itself. So basically just this here. So we can just copy this entire, let's call it a component, and then paste that here. Okay, and I think that in our content, we actually already have the title for this meals section, and so that's this one. So let's just copy that, and yeah, put that here. And this section here could be called sample meals, so this, but actually I prefer to simply call it meals. So quick and short, that makes it very easy to understand what this section is all about. Okay, so that was easy, but now let's create basically our next container here. Because of course, we also want the next piece of content to be centered. And as I just mentioned during the sketch, we also want this to be a grid with 3 columns, right? And so we use our reusable grid here, and we use that grid class, which has the 3 columns. So which we also set up in one of the previous lectures where we created this reusable grid. Remember that? And so here, let's now create the 2 meal cards and then that list. So meal, and let's copy this again using the Option or Alt Shift down shortcut. And actually once again, so that here we just have to replace this with a list, let's say. So this is going to be the list of diets. So I'm just writing this here right now just so we can see it in the website, the web page. Okay, so let's see. And indeed, there we go. So we have our 3 columns here side by side already. And so now let's start by filling them up. All right. So basically just designing and building here the very first card so that we can then copy it here into the second column. But first of all, let's actually add some padding to this section so that we can actually see what's going on. So I'm gonna copy all of this, even that CSS code there. So meals section, and then the section meals, because the padding might be exactly the same as before, so that we maintain the same consistency. Okay, and so now we have some good spacing between these sections and can now start building our very first card component right here. Okay, so remember the first thing that we want in this card is the image. Right, so image source, and then as always, it is inside of our image folder, then slash, and then down here you see we have a folder with meals. And so first let's use meal 1. So let's call it the meal image. And we also need to give it some alt text. So let's actually check out what this first recipe is all about. So this one is called Japanese gyozas or something like that. So let's actually just use this as the alt text here. Okay, so that's the image. And then we want the meal name. So for that, I'm going to use a paragraph, and again, not a heading element, because, well, this is not really a new subsection of this section, I would say. So just a generic paragraph is more than enough here. So calling this one meal title could have been meal name as well. And so again, using Japanese gyozas or something like that here. And then now we want to basically put these pieces of data. So let me copy all of it here so we have it handy. Okay, and so this kind of looks like a list, right? And so let's actually use an unordered list to mark up this content. So meal, let's say attributes. And then, as you already know, a list item for each of them. Now, when we have some pieces of data like these here to display, it looks kind of, well, let's say bad to just display it like this. So like writing what it is, and then like a colon, and then the actual value. So it's always better to try to put this content into some kind of short sentence. For example, saying 650 calories instead of saying number of calories and then colon 650. Okay, so this is a lot better like this. Now, as I said also before, here we are actually going to want some icon, but let's leave that for a bit later and first put our actual data here. All right. Now here actually let's give it a class as well. So let's call it meal attribute. So here we have the attributes, which is the list, and then each of them is a single attribute. Okay, and now I'm again duplicating this line a couple of times. So we have 650 calories. Then here we have this category of vegetarian. And remember how I mentioned way back in the component gallery lecture that categories are many times a good fit for using tags, right? And so here I'm actually going to add like a tag before this meal title here with vegetarian. And that's going to be even better here in the next one, because here we actually have 2 categories. And so then we can add 2 tags with vegan and paleo. And that will then make it visually very easy to understand exactly what category this recipe is in. And it's also visually a bit more interesting than having a huge list. Right. So actually, let's immediately do that. Put that right here. So for that, let me use a span element, because we might want to have multiple of them side by side. And also it's just like a single word. And so I think a generic span element is just fine. And so let me actually call it just tag, because we might want to reuse it at some other point in the page. So it is vegetarian. Okay. And so with that, we have these two done. Next, we have this thing, which is the Nutri-Score. And here they tell us it is registered. And so we need that small r symbol. So I think you know what I mean. So that's the registered symbol. And for that, there is yet another HTML entity, which is the reg. And if we hover over it, yeah, there you can see it up there. Okay, so the Nutri-Score, and this is something that I made up, but let's just say that it's 74 here. And then we have the average rating. Okay, but there's no need to tell the user that this is an average. This is kind of obvious. And so let's say 4.9 rating. Okay, and then it's quite common to simply add the number of reviews or ratings between parentheses here. So no need to add a fourth row with that data. So these are kind of related, and so we're putting them all in the same row there. Okay, so this is our first draft of this card component. And if we need to add some more stuff, we can do that later. But as for the content, it's already all here. So let's quickly check it out here on the page. And as always, the first thing that we need to fix immediately is this huge image, because it actually makes our column here way bigger than it should actually be. So let's do that here. And it is called meal image. And so, as always, we want a width of 100%. And so immediately that is a lot better. All right, and now let's just quickly format this text content there. So that's the meal title. Let's give it a font size of 2 rem to start with. We also want the same dark color that we have been using for these kind of headings. Then a font weight of 600 also. And for now that looks good, I think, at least. And now let's style here the meal attribute. So not yet the, well, actually we can style both. So the meal attributes, which is the list, so that we can get rid of the bullet points, which is to say list style none. And then the individual ones, let's give them a font size of 1.8 rem. So probably these two here are not going to be enough, but let's just check that out. Yeah, this could be a little bit bigger. And of course, we want some spacing after it as well. So the next step should be 2.4. And margin to the bottom of 3.2 rem. Which again, you could of course experiment with a little bit before arriving at that value. So that looks huge right now, but it will look okay once we also start adding some space between these lines here. And so let's actually do that. And in fact, I will do that again using Flexbox and the gap property. Okay, so instead of using margin to the bottom and then having to remove it in the last element, I will use Flexbox and changing the flex direction to column. So do you remember that? So I will just write it here now. And then just in case you don't remember what flex direction does, I will show you that slide again, maybe in case you skipped that lecture previously. So again, I will set the parent container of all these list elements between which I want some space to a flex container. So flex, right? But now they will be side by side by default, right? And so that's because, of course, by default, the flex direction is set to row, right? But we can change that. So we can set it to column. And so now it is, well, the other way around. So you see here now that these flex items are one after another. And so now when we apply the gap property, the gap will also no longer be applied horizontally, but vertically. And so let's do that. Let's say to rem, and that looks just fine. Okay. And just to make this crystal clear, because it is actually a very important part of Flexbox, I'm again showing you that animation where we switch from the beginning, which is what we have right here, to adding flex direction column. And so this again is the default, which is flex direction set to row. But then once we set it to column, it will look like this. Okay. And so the main axis now rotated 90 degrees, and the same thing for the cross axis. And so in this situation, the align items property will now align the items horizontally and not vertically, and also justify content does now align the items vertically. Okay. And finally, the gap property now acts a bit like the margin bottom property and no longer like the margin right. So basically, it applies the spacing now vertically and not horizontally. Okay, and now just to finish this first part, let's quickly add the icons here. So we want an icon for the calories, for the Nutri-Score, and also for the rating. Now we already used some icons before in the previous section, and those were the hero icons, right? Remember that? And with those icons, what we did was to simply copy the SVG code right into our HTML code, right? Now, the problem with that approach is that it clutters up our HTML code a lot, and especially if we use a lot of icons. So at some point, it starts making our code a lot harder to understand than it should be. And so now we're actually going to use another type of icon. And so let me show that to you. So yeah, so remember we used to use the hero icons. So just in case you didn't watch the previous lectures, maybe. So here we would then simply copy the SVG and paste it. But now we're going to use an icon pack called ion icons. Okay, so these are the icons. So what they look like, and they are really nice and round. And I really like this icon pack for the way it looks like and how it integrates with many different design personalities. Now up here we have this usage link where we can basically read how we can use these icons. And what we want to do is this very basic usage. So for this usage, we need to copy this script here. So this is basically some JavaScript that we will integrate into our own page. And what this script will do is it will give us access to a special element called ion icon, right? And then there we simply can use the name with the icon that we want to use. And so that will then basically automatically inject the SVG into our page. And that probably sounds too complicated than it needs to be. But I just wanted to explain you how it works behind the scenes. So hopefully you copied that as well. And then just pasting it here right before this closing body tag. Okay. Now, if for some reason this page here looks very different by the time you're watching this video, and somehow you cannot find this script, and so this line of code here, you can simply pause the video now for a minute and type out this piece of code. Okay, so type it and paste it there at the end of the HTML, exactly where I put it. Okay, and then we can simply come here to the icons, and then we can choose one that we like, let's say this one, and then all we have to do is to copy this code and paste it into our own code. Okay, so the first icon that we want is for calories, so that's some kind of energy, so I think like fire makes sense there, or a flame maybe, so I like this one here better. And so here we could actually also download the SVG, but again, we are actually interested in this. So we just need to click here, then it will automatically copy it. And then I just paste it right here. Okay, give it a save. And then right next to this element here, so this icon element here is of course not a standard HTML element. It is simply, as I just said before, basically created by this script that we passed into our page here. Okay, and so this then creates this custom HTML element which will hold our icon. Now, when we have an element containing something, then usually I like to have the text that is besides it also wrapped in some other element. So let's use a span element simply for that, right here. Just like this. And so this then makes it easier for us to, for example, align these two using Flexbox a bit later. Okay. So let's see how it looks like in our code. And to do this, I think we will have to manually reload now. Well, that didn't really work somehow. Let's see if our script is here. Yep, it is right here. But let's see here on our console. Oh, we see that there was some kind of error here for some reason. So let's maybe try to quit this here. So the live server, and then try it again. So go live again. And then let me reload that page here. And we still got the same error here, but actually off camera I discovered that we need to use another version here. So basically we right now are using 5.5.1, but we want to use 5.4.0, which is the version that I actually used previously. Okay, so if we give it a save now, then you see that the icon is actually here. And so even if it did work in your case, please make sure to also use version 5.4.0. All right. Now here we get this warning, which says that we should actually also use this script here. So if you also got this warning, then just go ahead and copy this and paste that right below this first one. All right. But if you didn't get this warning, then never mind. This is not something really important. Oh, and actually I didn't do as they tell us to do here. So instead, we should actually put this in the head. So let's grab these two here, copy them. Okay. Remove this from here and put it right in the head. So put that here after the CSS. So you see that working with some third-party libraries like this actually is can sometimes take a little bit of time and be a bit difficult, but in the end we can manage to do it, right? And again, if those errors didn't occur in your case, then you can just just pause the video and write exactly what I have here. And just make sure to use these same version numbers. Okay, and so now everything is working. This script is doing its magic, and it is injecting basically this flame icon into our code. And if we inspect this element, we can actually see that. So you see that this iron icon is now here, and then in there we have this strange thing, which is the shadow root, and then this is where the SVG lives. And so you see this looks a little bit similar to the SVG that we manually copied before, right? But anyway, let's now just quickly take our remaining 2 icons so that we can then start styling this card. So here let's use like a fork or something. Well, maybe it's called cutlery, or maybe it's called food or eating. So sometimes we need to try a little bit until we find what we're looking for. So in this case, it's actually restaurant. Or if we don't want to search, we can of course also just manually go through these icons, which is actually what I did before this lecture. So to make it a bit faster to find it now. Okay. And again, let's then wrap the rest of the content here into a small span element. And then finally, the rating is usually associated with stars. And so let's use this one here. Just copy it, place that right there. Then it's annoying that it immediately creates the closing one that we don't want right there. But yeah. So with this, we should be good to go. We can close this one, but let's leave the rest of these tools here open as we keep needing them as we build the project. Okay, so we have our very basic card here. It still doesn't have a lot of formatting, and so let's take care of that in the next lecture. Let's now continue the work on our meals section. So it's time now to format these lines here a little bit better. So making these icons here maybe orange and adding some space here. And probably also making them a little bit bigger. So right now we don't have any class name here yet, but of course we can add a class to these iron icons just like on any other element. So this is the meal icon. So let's add that here. And here we can format it just like before with height and width. So let's use 2.4 rem and a width of 2.4. And these two should be the same because usually these icons are drawn in a rectangular box. Now here I'm not sure if we should set the stroke or the fill. So let's just start with this one and setting it to our color. And while the stroke did not really change, let's try fill. And that also doesn't work. And so let's also try color. And so that does the trick. So these icons here apparently are treated a bit as if they were text. And so this is another one that we should experiment with when we want to style icons like this. So each of these icon packs does in fact work a little bit differently. And so we always need to experiment with which of the properties we can style them. So especially with the color. Okay. Sometimes we even need to use font size to style them in terms of the size. And that would actually also work here. So if I turned off these, I could use font size of 2.4 rem, and that would then make them just as big as they are now with height and width. Okay, so whenever you need to style icons, you need to experiment with all of these. But anyway, the one that worked was color, and so now let's vertically align the text with the icon and also add some spacing. And so that again is a perfect use case for Flexbox, right? And the flex container of the icon and the text is of course the meal attribute. So the list icons, right? So display, flex, then align items to align them vertically, center, and then let's add some gap property here. Let's say 1.6 rem. Okay, so that's starting to look quite nicer. Now here, let's make this a bit more interesting and add some visual hierarchy by giving these values here some more font width. So these 3 numbers. So I'm simply going to wrap them into a strong element. So strong, and let's actually type the number here again and delete this one. Just like this. Oh, and here the value disappeared. I think it was 74. And then here the same. Okay. However, strong probably looks a bit too strong, right? So I think that doesn't look so nice because the font width here is way too bold. So let's take it down a little bit, and let's actually do that by default whenever we use the strong tag. And this is something that I do all the time, which is to basically just redefine the strong element to make it with just a font weight of 500 instead of 700, which is probably the default. Okay, so of course that goes into the general and not the style CSS, which is just for the individual sections and components. And so that looks a lot better actually. Next up, let's format this tag here. So that doesn't look quite nice yet. And so where is that? It's right here with the tag class. So I like to follow the same order as the elements appear in HTML. So let's first set it to an inline block so that we can apply some paddings to it. So probably some very small padding. And actually that's in the other file. So let's see what we have for small values. So we have 2, 4, 8. So let's maybe experiment with 4 and 8 pixels. So 4 pixels, or actually 0.4 rem and 0.8 rem on the sides. Let's also decrease the font size to 1.2. Make the text uppercase. So text transform uppercase. And so these are all like the typical formattings of the tag element. So like a small tag component. And of course we also need some background color. Now this is vegetarian, and so I would say we need some green color there. So actually let's get that here from open color. So let's just click on green here and maybe this one. So this is nice and light. So let's try that. So background color like this. And since we're at it, let's make also the text color darker, because on a background color, usually we need some darker text. All right, so looking good already. We just need to give it some spacing, and I also want to make the borders round. So that's really one of the defining characteristics of tags. usually. Now, as for the spacing, remember how I said in the beginning that for the next meal, we will actually have two categories. So 2 tags. And so we should probably wrap those two inside of some parent element, onto which we will then add some margin bottom. Okay, but first let's add that border radius. And here, remember how we cannot use 50% because that will make it look like this. But instead, we just use some very large value. It doesn't matter. We can even use pixels because this value is just arbitrary. So now it has the shape that we want. Okay, let's just wrap it into a div now with the class of meal tags. And so this meal tags will then have some margin. Maybe 12 pixels. And yeah, that looks nice, except that now, of course, we also need some spacing inside. But so first, let's now style the card itself, like to make it actually look like a card. Now, there are multiple ways in which we can do that. For example, giving it some background color, but usually I like to keep the cards white. Now, since we're also on a white background here, a nice effect that we can use is to give it a very subtle shadow. And so that shadow will then distinguish the card element from the rest of the page. So from outside of the section. Okay, so let me demonstrate that to you. And so now I actually need to select the meal, which we hadn't done yet. So remember, that is box shadow. Then here, horizontally, as always, we want no shadow, but only vertically. So let's use one of our values, which is 24 pixels. And then as for the blur, I like to use double. So 48 pixels, or actually rem, and here the same. All right. And then, as always, we use the RGBA when we want some transparency. So make it black by giving it 0, and then here some other value, like 0.1 for 10%. So let's check it out. And looking nice. Maybe a little bit too dark, so we can make it a little bit less visible. So let's put it at 0.75. So that's 7.5% basically. And yeah, that looks a bit more subtle and I like that. But the corners here are of course a little bit harsh. So let's also round them. So let's again use our border radius of 9 pixel that we have been using. Right. But we could actually use a little bit more. So let's try like 12 pixel here, because this component is a lot bigger, and so then we also need more border radius. All right. Now here actually I like odd numbers, that's why I chose 9 as well. And so here let's use 11, and I will put that here also in our design decisions. Okay. And so yeah, there's just one thing to fix, which you maybe have noticed. And well, if you didn't, let me show you. So you see that here we have the rounded corners, and here where we don't have the image, we can also slightly see them here on the top. But then here we have that image. And so that image is basically lying now on top of the rounded corners. So the roundness is here in the background, but we cannot see it because the image is laying on top of that. So it's basically overflowing this element now. But we can easily fix that by saying that we want that overflow. So basically whatever overflows this container should be hidden. So I think this one we hadn't used before, And so this is another very, very important property. Maybe we have used it actually in the previous project where we did that share website. But well, if I hadn't talked about it, then yeah, this is an important one and that fixes it, right? And you see that also here, the M is kind of cut off because it was actually also going out here of this corner. Okay, next up, let's add some padding here. So of course, this cannot be glued to the sides like it is right now. So let's add some padding. And now, where should we actually add that padding? So should we do it right here in the meal? So padding, let's say 4.8 rem. That's not really what we're going to want, right? Because then that padding also wraps outside of the image, right? So it's now outside this entire meal element. And so that's of course not what we want. So whenever we are designing a card like this, where we have an image at the top, we then need another box which contains basically the rest of the written content. And so let's do that here. So basically placing all the other content inside of another box, which let's simply call it the meal content. Okay, let's cut this here and paste it here at the very end. Give it a save. And now, of course, we want that padding inside of that meal content alone. So let's move it down there. And beautiful. That looks just a lot better. So the spacing here looks actually right, I think, except maybe here for the top. So here I think we have a bit too much. So let's reduce that. So we can say 3.2 rem at the top, and then 4.8 on the right, and all the other sides. Or alternatively, we could also have left it the way it was, and then adding a padding top property and set that one to 3.2. So that's exactly the same thing, and now it looks a lot better. Let's actually just make this here bold. I'm noticing that we were kind of missing that. So font weight, let's say 600, in order not to make it too bold. And yeah, I think with this, we designed a really, really nice looking card, which has all the data that we want. And it also has some nice visual hierarchy. So these two pieces of content, I think they are more related to one another. And so they have a bit less spacing. Then here we have a lot more spacing between kind of this introduction and the data part. And then of course, between each of the data points, we of course also have a little bit of spacing, but not as much spacing as here, right? Then we also increased the visual hierarchy by making these values bold. And so the attention immediately jumps to those now. And yeah, again, I think this looks quite nice. And so what we can do now is to simply copy all of this HTML here and create our second card based on that. So let's do that. So grabbing this meal, all of this, and replace what we already had. And just to make sure we copied that correctly, let's see. And indeed, there it is. Great. So let's start replacing the content. So here it is now meal number 2. And we need to make sure that these images have the exact same dimensions, or at least the exact same aspect ratio, because otherwise then these two images here will look very awkward. So if they didn't have the same height. So if this one, for example, started only here, then all of that content here would also be shifted up, and that would then look very bad. So if you have 2 cards or more with images in the top, make sure that they do have the exact same aspect ratio or the same dimensions. Okay. But anyway, let's grab now the data for this one. And now this should be very, very simple. Just pasting it down here. So calories, we have now 400. We have a Nutri-Score of 92. So this one is probably healthier, which is because it is a salad, I guess. Actually, I forgot to copy the name of it. So it's the avocado salad. So we need to replace that here and also in the alt text of the image. All right, and now finally the categories. So this one is vegan. And let's just duplicate this line here and also paleo or paleo or whatever. Okay, and let's see. Yeah, beautiful. Now we should probably just change the background color of these two so that basically each of the categories has a different background color. All right, so in our code, we should not have the background color right here in the tag, but instead create, just like many times before, like a variation. So I'm writing tag, then dash dash for basically a modification, which is, again, a standard that I like to use. And then the first one is for vegetarian, which has this background color. So Alt or Option down key to move it here. And then let's simply duplicate this 2 times, one for vegan and one for paleo. Then let's add those here. So this is the tag vegetarian. And where are the other? Yeah. So tag vegan and tag paleo. And now let's find 2 other colors for these. So vegan should also be green. So let's maybe go with this one. Okay. And then let's just use yellow for the other one. So maybe this one or this one. That other one looks a bit too orange. But of course, you can experiment around with that as you'd like. And beautiful. Very nice. Let's just quickly add some spacing here. And that's very simple as well, right? So meal tags, let's make it a flex container. And then simply add a gap of like just 4 pixels, like 0.4 rem. So small detail, but that does look better than before. Nice. So that's very beautiful, really nice looking cards here side by side. And so all that's left to do now is to create this list of diets. And I'm leaving that for the next lecture so that we can now take just another quick break here.